Right then, let's do a recap roll. It's the number closest to 6 today. 1738.
Ah, 17.
I thought it was a 1 for a second, but it was just a light hitting my quartz really badly, and I was like,
that is probably the best I will roll today. I'm going to join in on the dice trying.
And Aelin?
Doesn't
7. I mean,
we all know it should have been Aelin.
Yeah, this is your destiny. Just hiding while I eat, yes. Me too. Right.
We good to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Stream is on, let's go.
Let's go change the overlay so that it's the right campaign.
Okay. So we pick up back with downtime in the Feywild. Neff seeks out Cass for some learning how to carve stones and makes a holy symbol out of some obsidian after a couple of practice tries. Louis hangs out with the kids and helps Sarah get them all organized and hunts down a bedtime story to get them down after a little bit. Slee goes to the kitchen to find Brian brewing his Joshin. And they have a nice little chat, and he fixes her hair before she goes to she attempts to go to Ironstone.
Irontown?
Ironstone!
I created a beautiful fantasy landscape with a
You created the absolute best name for Ironstone. It is top
and what
tier,
a town
and
it is! I have to say, I'm blown away.
Actually, no. My favorite place I've created in this country is Alderleth's Watch, but we can get to that later. Continue.
I personally love a Schissel, mostly just because I can spell it, and I just appreciate that. Anyway, so Bluey finds her bedtime story, reads it to the kids. Sarah struggles with downtime, and boy, do I feel that. Then they decide to, go to the kitchen and start working on dinner. Once all the kids are down, Brian finishes his Joshin. He's an inch taller and a little bit beefier, and he's still enforcing his 5-foot distancing. And Loran, who is starved for touch, is a sulky boy. Slaya needs somebody to operate the teleportation circle, so Loran sends her to Ironstone so that she doesn't have to go to Zarina about it. Slaya lands in Ironstone. She heads to the forge, messages her mom, letting her know that she's out of the Underdark, and then she gets to the forge, and she and Perinia reunite. She finds out very quickly that Perinia is pregnant, and Slay realizes I'm going to need more than just a couple of hours. And sends a message to Brian saying, like, hey, Perinia is pregnant. I will just meet you guys in a Schissel.
Hell yeah.
So Slay and Fernie have a bit of a catch up, and
yes,
yeah,
George. Yes, she is. Sorry, George messaged asking she's pregnant, and I said yes, and that's
all. So back in the Feywild. Oh yeah, Slay has to be up at 3 a.m. To meet with the rest of the crew at the appropriate time. Brian has 2 to 3 doses of the Joshin, and there is more Brian and Loran shenanigans because Loran is starved for touch.
Yes. I just want to show you my new profile. Yep, it's.
Oh my god.
Yes. So, anyway.
That is cute.
That's all.
Anyway, so dinner. Brian can cook. Sarah and Bluey can chop vegetables, and they kind of turned it into a game where it's like Fruits Ninja, but like with vegetables.
Balanced diet ninja.
Zarina has a surprise for Brian and tells them just to ignore any noises or disturbances in the meantime. And yeah. Also, Zarina shrinks Loran. He is now 4'11" and just fucking precious. Anyways.
Mm-hmm. It's a good time.
The 5 foot thing, distancing is minorly reduced because Brian cannot resist picking up tiny Lorand. Turns out Nakir is the one who does all the cooking in this household and is like, what were you guys actually planning to do? And then steers everybody in the right direction. There is crashing from upstairs. Hang on. Yes. Yep, crashing from upstairs. This is awoken the children. Sarazar is running with a knife. Don't run with knives, kids. Knife.
No.
Which was basically Cass's reaction. If I can't run with a knife, then nobody else can either. So Sarazar and Cass and Bluey, Sarazar, Neff, and Cass go and they get the kids back down. They have chopped vegetables. Brian goes to check on Jaral and Valis. Valis is learning how to disguise himself via the method that Jaral uses, but it takes a little bit of time to learn. And Jaral hasn't quite come up with an alias yet, so Brian is working on a list of names for he and Valis to choose from. Oh yeah, Brian notices the door on his way back down and is like, what is this? And Zarina's like, are you ready for your surprise? It's a brand new room, a space all for Brian in the Dehane estate, and it's beautiful. Everybody assembles in the kitchen for a lovely dinner. It is great. Everybody turns into furbolgs, except for Jaral and Nakir and Valis. And Nakir is a bit distressed over the dragon horse hybrid furbolg that Bluey has become.
Nakir's just always distressed.
Yeah, distressed is just Nakir at this point.
Can I please read out my favorite quote from last game, which I wrote down from Bluey, which was, horse with scales is shocking. It's just quite nice. It's just quite nice. That's all.
Yeah.
It is shocking.
Has science gone too far?
Not even science can answer that question.
Yeah. So Brian informs the group that Sliv will be rejoining them in a shissel and that she's got some news for them. Also, mild planning at dinner. And I will get to what the actual plans are. Which is... So, Castle Whitecliff talking to Anna about the Pay Night with Ender's Soul in it. Mm-hmm. Brian suggests staying a little bit longer and it's just to use the Chronologica to search for Karul's bodies. And depending on whether or not we have help from Corvius would depend on how much we can do with Loran, basically. Available magic and whatnot.
Yep.
And trying to search for the bodies would be easier if we had something that Karul had touched or given to Brian. So we're going to be having a stop off in the Maasai, possibly talking to Sharpistol about her involvement with the Paladins of Leobaris at the same time as well. So Loran messages Sharpistol, and that goes great. She loves all of his flair. There it is. Okay, the plan. A Schissel, Masai, a Schissel, Whitecliff Castle / Freya / Eldralib.
Hell
There we go.
yes. What's the bet we don't even leave a Schissel today?
It's a very
Well,
safe bet.
Given the timing of things, getting Valis and Joral settled into and getting settled into a Schissel, and time differences, we will be teleporting to the Masai around midday after a rest.
Yes.
It's a good goal, everyone. It's a good goal that we should try and meet.
Yep.
Sharpest still today.
Sharpest still today would be great. Right, so, Cass, I'm just going to backtrack a little bit. Cass, you know that Saraza is not coming with you on this journey.
Yes.
Staying behind to make sure the children are ferried to safety. In the final moments you have with Keon, is there anything you'd like to say?
Oh no, don't do this to me. I was like really sad that I potentially missed this goodbye, but then I was also secretly like, oh, maybe that was a relief. Okay. Yeah, you demon, you. I think Cass would kind of go somewhere separate to where everyone else is.
Sure.
Yeah, and take Keon. Cass doesn't want to say goodbye to Keon. I think she would hold him like really, really, really close and just be like, oh, I can't do it, Emma. I don't want to say goodbye. You horrible child. Call yourself a friend. I think Cass would be like, Saraza is going to look after you now. And he's going to try and see if you've got any family still. And if not, he will look after you. And I will definitely come and visit whenever I can. Because you're my baby. And then she'd be like, no, sorry, calm, bring down. And know that you I'll always protect you. And I'll always love you. But you've got to be good for Saraza now, yeah? And me and Auntie Bluey will be coming to see you as soon as we can.
Best family.
Sorry.
Oh.
And he just grabs your hair and starts chewing on it as much as he can.
And she's gonna hug him really close and kiss him.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! If I'd have thought ahead and not been done with assignments, I would have thought ahead to have carved him something. But
you spent you know what? You spent all day teaching Neff how to carve. I can say within that downtime, you can also have. That was what you did last session, essentially.
Cass was even annoyed enough with Neff taking so long that you did wander off. So carving time is there.
Okay,
I'll allow it. What would you like to have carved for him?
I think I'm going to carve him a little Barry.
Oh,
in the same, because it's the same blue as my hair and his skin.
Okay, I'll allow it.
And also Barry is also blue, so I'm going to carve him a little Barry. And yeah,
I'll say you can have done that just in the previous session.
Yay.
Great. All right, so
no.
You make your way back into the teleportation circle room at the Dehane estate. And with a final goodbye. You all said your goodbyes to Saraza last session, I believe? Okay.
I think so.
I was going to say there was a little more recap, which was dinner. Loren shows his favorite sky, which is when he met Brian. 5-foot distancing is officially ended.
Paint the picture I got.
Hell yeah. Paint the picture you got. The picture you got was
No. Paint the picture I got right now on my Discord.
Oh yeah. That's the sky right there. That little slither of square is the same sky. Oh, what a moment. Yeah.
Oh, I was just Neff got a message.
Yes.
Before sleep, and then we slept, and then transported after saying goodbyes. That was the end of the recap.
I wonder what's up with that message. Anyway, so you all went off. Cass returns, puts Keon down. The goodbyes are said, and you are transported, Slam, into the teleportation circle at a Schissel. And the day is yours. Johnny, who has been sort of hiding herself under this invisibility cloak, kind of just like peeks out of it and looks around and is like, "This is very bright. Oh God, it hurts." And she sort of closes the invisibility cloak again. No, not for me. You just hear like disembodied voice from beside you. It's early noon. You are at the same teleportation circle you always arrive at when you come into a Schissel, at the foot of the hill which leads up to the High Solarian on a sort of just off of a bustling street. To one side you can see the coastline, to the other side you see the sort of structure. White stone buildings with blue and yellow accents which lead up to the Arcane Academy. So, would you like to make your way?
Sure. Upon Johnny's grimace at the light, I want to say that Nif says, she turns to her and says, "Welcome to the material plane. Do you want me to like guide you or something? I don't know if you can't see very well here. It's a bit bright."
Well, I had my sights set on. There's a country where like out of the 24 hours, apparently like 20 of them are darkness on the North Pole. So I was going to go there. Okay. But this is also fine for now. For a little bit, so I can't stay here too long.
If you need me to be your eyes for a bit, I don't mind guiding you around a little, I guess, while we have some downtime. And I'll look to the others in case we have some sort of urgent business that we need to tend to immediately.
I think Brian's still piggybacking on Loran. He's still in his fun mood.
Yes.
He hasn't gone off.
Also, yes, Brian is much taller. Much taller today than he has
ever
been.
Brian, you're a lot taller than I remember you being.
Yes.
Also, is Loran? So Loran's, he's a bit taller than Cass, but he's more Cass's height, right?
Not anymore.
Is he still that height?
It only lasted 8 hours.
Sadness.
Full height.
I want you to go like.
You can have done that. You definitely did that yesterday, and whether he liked it or not.
He didn't like it, but Cass doesn't care.
Yeah. Great. Yes. At Brian's impressive 5'11", he's just a tad taller.
Brian's taller than me.
Who claims to be 5'11" on a good day? So, right.
Looming. Oh my goodness.
He's enjoying his new height.
All of you begin to let's take this relationship to new heights.
No.
Yeah, we're not leaving a Schissel today, are we? Really not.
Onwards to the High Solarian.
Freya waves at the group from across the. Yeah.
Yes, everyone. I was going to say.
Wave back.
I was going to. Say,
okay.
As you all make your way up, you hear from behind you another teleportation circle go off. And Slya, after having left from Farinia's home, well, the Forge, your home as well, and made your way to the teleportation circle in Ironstone, you arrive just a moment later than the others, and you can see them making their way up the hill. You rush up to join them? I'm assuming?
Yep.
Hi, Slya.
Everyone hear footsteps and see... Yes, it is your friend Slya.
My friend.
Hello. My friend.
My friend Slya.
Fellow adventurer and compatriot in our travels. Slya, welcome back.
Just no breaks.
Brian's just like looking at Slya like, oh, we'll find somewhere quiet where you can speak to everyone.
What do I not know? Or do I not know? What? Tell me.
You do.
Let's get somewhere a little bit more private.
Okay.
Is this like a drinking celebration? A commiseration?
For us, yes. Maybe not for someone else. Onwards.
Onwards! And Loran starts like,
yeah.
Oh no!
Oh dear. Should I? Brian gets down. Do you want to try?
I'm fine. Yes, I do. Okay. And he just hops on your back.
Try what check is it?
Con or strength, you can choose.
One
I'll go for
husband
con.
check, please.
That's
Where
actually
is he?
pretty
There
good.
he
It's
is.
a 17.
This is a good time.
Every step is a laugh.
Onwards.
Onwards.
Thanks, Larry.
Sorry.
Run!
You run up the hill, leaving a trail in your wake. Just dust. As you guys make your way up to the High Solarian, are you going to go to... Where exactly are you headed? Are you going to the Konoshka? Are you going to find Corvius? Your rooms?
Well, I think there's some news that we need to hear, so I think we'd probably go somewhere.
To the newsroom. To the conference room.
Oh.
You're right there, man.
That was me. That was not Neff.
I just heard a really loud bang by my door, and I was like, "Today is the day I die." And then it was coming from outside. It was like,
But at least you'd have to, if you stayed right where you are, there'd be witnesses, and we could catch a killer. If you move,
True.
then it'd be
Unless
no
they're
good.
involved.
Oh damn.
I never heard genuine fear. Right.
Oh, sorry.
No, there was one time I forgot to turn the lock on my door. There's two locks. There's like a one that you pull across and one that you twist. And I forgot to do the twist one. So the pull one, when you try and open the door, it stops it opening all the way, but it opens it a little bit. And I'd forgotten I'd invited a friend round like a couple of weeks ago. And I was just sitting in my house, like on my computer doing bullshit. And then my door just slams open and I'm like, but it was no one. It was just my friend. And I was like, I hate you. And they were like, oh, and that was it. Anyway.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take 3 years off your
I
life.
swear to God, though, last night, my dog, I was about to, she can open doors, and recently she just doesn't like sleeping in her own bed, which is memory foam, by the way. She just wants to sleep in one of our beds with us. And I shut my door properly, and I was like, drifting off to sleep, and it was suddenly like, and I was just like, what the fuck is that? And I was just like, what's that up? And I was like, who is trying to get into my room? And it was just like really aggressive, but she couldn't quite manage it. So then she tried the other bedroom, then she tried my mum and dad's bedroom, then she came back to mine, and I was just like, I could hear her just panting, and I was just like, this is horrible, go away. Like a demon dog trying to get into my bedroom. I was just like, go out. Sorry. Anyway.
No, that's very good.
Oh my goodness.
Right. Where are you going in the High Solarian? What is your goal?
Brian's bedroom.
Okay.
Pretty
You guys
good.
make your way up.
Yet again.
Yet again, everyone comes fresh.
You make your way up the plentiful stairs. It's
Put
quite
Loran down now.
Yeah.
Not upstairs.
Yes.
Dangerous.
Loran looks extremely pleased, and blazes the trail up the sort of spiraling stairs which lead up to the turrets of the High Solarian, where the rooms which you stay in are. As you look around, I mean, Valus is looking around with his like eyes wide, never seen anything like this before. Jaral, who sort of vaguely remembers this place, is following, but you notice that he's carrying himself differently. His shoulders are further back, and he stands a little bit taller, and his expression is very neutral but not unpleasant. It's not his sort of regular sort of heavy, like low set kind of expression, you know, that carries all the weight of everything he's been through with him. He's really anyone who looks at him for a little while can tell this is very similar to when he was George Shamrock. He is embodying his role as this new person you've brought onto the High Solarian. You guys make your way all the way up and make it unaccosted to Allstairs' bedroom. You enter inside, and it is essentially how you left it. Gravestone and all.
I think, didn't Neff clear it
Did you leave
up?
it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Did you clear that up? Sure, okay.
Good. Brian is pleasantly surprised.
No
See, it's
gravestone,
not trash.
Brian. Yes. Shockingly.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
we made sure to pack that away.
Cool.
All right. You file in, and the door closes behind you, and Johnny whips off the invisibility cloak and says, "This is crazy, but I'm into it." And then Gerald says,
One of my friends has found my YouTube channel.
Sorry.
I thought you were like,
I didn't know you did YouTube. You have so many views. I'm like,
Yes. The room
I'll
tours.
reply to that later.
Can we have a new room tour, Lily, please? Please.
When I get my new bed, maybe.
Yeah! Let's go.
And my new desk. So expected in like 10 weeks or something.
I'm excited.
So, Gerald says, "And what do we do next?"
Well, first, we look at Slayer. First, before we get heavy, there's yes.
Well, I went to go see my wife, and she's pregnant.
Oh my god, congratulations, Leah!
Loran
That's so
just
wonderful.
squints,
yeah.
stares at the ceiling, and he says, "Congratulations!" Immediately looks to Allstare. We can still win.
How many months is Farinia?
She's doing about 6 months.
Damn it!
Which
No,
is-
I didn't say that. We didn't win. Yeah,
We'll just have more. But congratulations.
this is fair.
I'm really happy for you, even though I knew before. So this is like my reaction after processing. It was a lot more effusive when you weren't here.
There's already like popped some champagne, like, woo!
Yeah, shock was kind of my first reaction as well.
I'm sure you have many ideas for names, and I'm going to be the first to. I'm going to be the first to put my ideas out there. First of all, I think the middle name should be not quite as good as my child, and then the first name should be Loran.
Oh, Lorraine, that's a terrible idea.
Neff,
Leah's gone like completely violet with blush.
Neff, you're a terrible idea. I think I'm amazing, and I think my suggestions are amazing.
Okay, that was great. Let's not ruin the celebrations. Congratulations, Slayer. Looking forward to your child in 6 months. No matter what you name them.
Whatever on
to
a
be honest.
glass.
I would like some of that champagne, please.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
I
if you
think we
deserve it for that name choice. That was terrible. But you will have champagne. But I'm just saying, Loran.
If Cass upsets Laura, Brian's looking at him like,
It was not good.
It was not good, was it not? Oh, I see. Well,
Mhm.
I wonder what I'll do about that later. But first,
Oh, jeez.
I can make my own drink. Everyone else.
I have handed him the champagne. I was
Oh,
like,
okay.
just saying. I done like I'm not sure that you deserve it because that was terrible, but here you go. But everyone has been handed a glass of champagne. But I also feel like cats wouldn't have champagne glasses, so the champagne is in tankards.
Beautiful. Okay.
I
Amazing.
think Brian just
Thanks for the
reaches
champagne.
under the bed and pulls out a secret stash of glasses. Like,
They're very fancy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Um,
Although I do have a
Oh,
Everybody, let's take a drink
Stein.
together.
Woo! All the water.
well, there's so many tankards.
Cheers! Congratulations!
Cheers.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I drank all of my alcohol yesterday while I was playing the other D&D game. So, Gerald steps forward and puts a hand on your shoulder, Slyer, and says, "Congratulations. I'm happy for
Thank you.
And then puts it down. That was that's all I had to say. I won't push the what do we do next question and give you time to celebrate and be happy, but I would at some point like to know.
We should get you settled.
Yes.
Have we got names yet? Because I'm going to introduce you to my friends. Have you,
Well,
from the list that I definitely gave you.
yes. The list that you gave us. Well, I think Valis chose Nerio, and I have trouble remembering the names, which are too different from my own. So I went with Jerome.
Nice.
Scenario.
George Shamrock, all right? That was quite
Scenario.
different.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually true. Okay, sorry, what's the last name again? Scenario.
Scenario.
All right. I'll need to find Aaron and Alexa. And Corvius, I suppose, but
He knew me before.
yeah,
You trust him?
I do, but if you'd rather he didn't know, I'm also okay with this.
Usually I'd say no, but perhaps having one person wouldn't be too detrimental.
I'll let him know to look out for you.
Okay.
What's Valis called now?
Nerio.
Nerio.
It's like Nero, but with an I.
Like Cafe Nero.
All right, I'm gonna go get my friends. You all sit down. Slya, again, congratulations. I am so happy for you and Phrynia. Luan and Neff, don't kill each other. Goodbye. And he leaves.
Okay. All set, you go off. You make your way up and you can find Corvius in his study, in his lab. You knock before you go in, as you know you should. And hang on, let me just summon him from the void. You hear just a come in.
Bran sticks his head in.
Oh yes, it's you. Hello. What do you want?
I just wanted to let you know, I have a friend, a storyteller of sorts, who has come to the High Solarian. He's had a bit of a tricky time. I just wanted to let you know to look out for him. His name's Jerome, here with his son, Nerio.
Is this for admittance, or is he staying in your rooms, or what is the situation?
Can I come in and talk?
Come in, yes.
Okay, Brian comes in and shuts the door. Okay, so when I say a difficult time, this person is someone who needs to be kept safe. And they did say I could reveal information to you, but for your own safety, I'm just going to say maybe not. Just know that they need to be protected. And he's a very fast learner, would probably be very helpful, would like the library, enjoys stories, and just wants to look after his son, which I think is an admirable trait.
Yes, well, I'm not saying it's not admirable. It's just all very sudden, you know. I'm an old man. You can't just bring these things to me. You have to give me some time to process the information before I have a heart attack or something and have to call a healer. No, but you know what?
Okay.
You know what, boy? This is okay. You've shown me great promise, and the friends of yours, most of whom I've met, are adequate and seem to be quite equipped in the arcane. Obviously, this is discounting Loran. He is just here. But anyway, I think that you're a good judge of character, except for the one fatal mistake that you made. Again, in marrying Loran. But other than that, good judge of character.
Brian looks so sad when he's to see Loran. He's like,
it's all in jest, boy. Don't worry. Grew up with him. Well, he grew up with me. So.
I'm sure that was an experience.
And one he should be proud of. Not many get my tutelage. But anyway, I will look after him to the best of my ability. For you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully he won't be with much trouble.
Oh, if he's any trouble at all, I'm going to toss him into the streets or give him a piece of my mind. Probably the latter. I prefer that.
Sounds fair. Anyway, just thought you should know. Do you have any idea where Aaron or Alexa are? Because I will tell them as well. Not as much as I've told you, but just.
Yeah, so it'd be good if you had some contacts. Yeah, so Aaron, probably in his room, a few levels up from yours, you know where it is. Alexa in the library.
All right.
She's always in the library.
Obvious. Brian rushes off to find Aaron first. He's going speedy this game.
3 levels up, you know the exact door. You knock on it, and a moment later, you just hear it open, and Aaron, who is usually a fair bit taller than you, is now just an inch or so taller than you, and he looks at you. This is new. Hi, how's it going?
Hi, Aaron. Yes, just take it as it comes. I wanted to come and speak to you. I'm not staying here, but I have a new friend who is moving in, and I thought maybe it would be nice if you could meet him and his son.
And his son, okay.
Yes.
That's cool. I love kids. Everyone tells me that I'm really good with kids, and I was a babysitter for a long time, so I mean, maybe I can, yeah.
That's lovely. I'll bring you down to the room, and then I'll go get Alexa. Is
Sounds
now a good time?
Yeah, no. Make a perception check.
That is a 23. It's really hard to read.
You can smell like some kind of concoction you don't recognize. Just like kind of like wafting from inside his room. He just sort of closes the door behind him very slowly. He's like,
what are you doing, Garen?
Don't tell anyone. Promise? Secret magic. A fun potion. I will let you be the first to try it.
Oh gosh, what does it do?
Well, you know, it's just a little fun potion to use, you know, to it's something you should use with your husband.
That could go so many different ways, Aaron. You're going to need to tell me what it is. Brian looks terrified. He's like, maybe you should just tell Laurent what it is. I don't know if I actually need to know. I'll bring you down to them now. I really, yes, surprise.
Yes, I think it would be more fun if it's a surprise.
Okay.
It's still in the beta process, just like sort of, you know, it's.
That's wonderful. Tell Laurent all about it. And he starts taking you downstairs.
Okay. You guys make your way down, and the rest of you, whilst Ulster is running around the High Solarian, you just sitting, just having a chill time.
I think Cass sort of. I don't know if Aelin is here or
yes.
Yes,
he's always here.
He's I think. I think Cass would have wanted to hug Slya. To
Slya is very on board for hugs,
and she's like, "Congratulations!" And is just like very very happy.
I would
also
like to offer one.
Okay,
I'd also
just group hug.
Pile, yeah,
a huge hug pile with Gerald and Valis sitting very like rigidly across the other side of the room, and Laurent reclined on the bed. Johnny is invisible. You've no idea where she is. And Laurent just says, Slya, I'm sorry for suggesting what I thought was actually quite a good name for at least the first one, and probably kind of rude for the second one. But in all honesty, have you thought of any names?
No, I haven't.
I suppose it's all quite new.
Yes.
It's only been a day, but I don't know. I've got a couple in my arsenal. At Tao Shiri, we have a naming convention of sorts, which is you use your parents' names for your children in some capacity. Nowadays, people kind of tend to use them as middle names, but it's something that we've always done. And I don't know if that was something you were interested in. I think it could be cool. But anyway.
Also, Laurent, if I named my children after you, then you wouldn't be the one and only, and we couldn't have anybody stealing your fire.
Such a wonderfully valid point, yeah. And at that, the door swings open, and Ulster enters with Aaron in his wake. Aaron, for those of you who don't remember, is a fairly tall male. Oh shit, was he elfin or human?
I think he was Asma.
Yeah, he's an Asma. Yeah, ASMR male
ASMR, sorry.
with dark hair, sort of olive skin. Looks a lot like Adam
ASMR.
Driver. Oh my god.
No.
You're not leaving me.
Sorry.
We are leaving. Brian drops him off.
Aaron looks around the room and just says, "Oh, a group hug. That's wonderful. Loran, I have something to tell you later. Hello again." Sort of pans around the room and then immediately like rushes right up to Jural and Valis and says, "Hello." And they just like look up at him like, oh, and
Brian's like,
and Jural stands up and just gives him a little nod and says, "Pleased to meet you. I am Jerome Ceneri, and this is my son Nerio. We are Arcanists, and well, my son is training to be one at least, and we wanted to try our luck studying here a bit." And Aaron just says, "That's great. I'm very good at making potions. I am mostly a linguist, and I can show you around here. Ulster is my good friend, and I showed him around, showed him the ropes, and I could do the same thing." And Jerome, oh my god, that was really quick. Jerome, which would you prefer? Jural. I'm going to keep using Jural. Jural just nods and says, "Thank you. That'd be kind of you." And he looks over Aaron's shoulder to you, Ulster, and just says, "So will we be using these rooms?"
I suppose you can have these rooms. I might just need to pack a small bag. I can drop it off in the palace. So
okay. Then Aaron, why don't you show us around a little, whilst Ulster gathers his things, and we can meet to say goodbyes after a small tour. Wonderful. And Aaron just says, "That sounds absolutely great. If you're not too tired, let's go and have a quick look around." And he immediately turns to Nerio and says, "Hello." And Valis, aka Nerio, is just looking at him like, "Hello." And sort of like slowly like kind of eyes drift from his face down to like a sort of like row of like trinkets and keys attached to his belt, and he's just like sort of a very small smile, one of the smallest smiles in the world. He hasn't broken sort of like a low set kind of frown this entire time, but maybe just a little bit opening up. And Aaron escorts the two of them out of the room, and you are all left. At which point, Johnny whips off the invisibility cloak and says, "This is great." That's not her voice. "This is great, and I like it. I like it here, other than the bright, bright sun. But I think it's time I sort of make my own way. You have shown me a lot of new sides of elves and fey creatures, and I have decided that they're not bad, and I was wrong from before. So that's one thing. The other is that you all seem to be very important people. This seems to be a very sort of prestigious institution which you just walked right into, and someone said something about the palace, and I'm going to just let you know I've done some bad shit, and I don't need to get on the wrong side of the law. A lot of illegal things. So many illegal things. I'm going to back out of the room. It's been wonderful. And should we ever meet again, do not report me to the authorities. And I will not do the same to you if I ever see you do anything illegal. How's that?"
wonderful. Congratulations again on
Cool.
winning the floor is lava.
Thank you. You seemed particularly pleased about that, but I don't quite know why.
So pleased.
And actually, I wasn't sure whether I should mention this, but I'm genuinely impressed with how you looked after those kids. It's all of you did a good job with that. And bad shit goes on in Aninpur, but it is not representative of the whole of the Underdark. I hope you know, just a couple of clusters which are getting a bit rotten. So anyway,
Thank you for all your help, Johnny. You went above and beyond. what we asked. So
I did, yes. And now I know when I figure out whatever it is I'm going to do up this side, I will charge far more for my service.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you didn't really pay me, but I got this fun cloak, and this is all I really need. So, thank you.
Well, do you have enough sort of things to try and set yourself up, or do you know where you're gonna go? Like you want a place that's dark most of the time, but
it's going to Estros, right?
Mm-hmm. I saw a coast.
Oh, right.
A coast means boats, and boats mean travel, and invisibility.
Or you could just hitch on a teleportation circle when someone goes to Estros. No, anything.
That is true. It's possible.
Sea travel is fun, though. If you want to see I was going to say the world, but if you want to see a lot of water, it's fun.
Sea travel.
Yeah! Recent experiences.
I was a merchant for a very long time before I settled down and became a world-saving adventurer, and it did me a lot of good. And Johnny just
so humble.
Johnny just says, well, I'll see whichever's easiest. I have this invisibility cloak, and if that means I can get to places quick, then I will take advantage of it. But thank you for your advice. Thank you for all you've done. And I will remind you that someone said something about picking up your pets. I just heard it mentioned thrown around, and you guys always say, "Oh, we've got to remember."
I was about to say it.
And she starts backing out the room with a final wave and a congratulations to you, Slyan. And a thank you to all of you.
Thanks for your help. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Have
you.
a good life.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a nice life.
Have a good life.
I think Cass is going to make a perception check to see whether she's actually left. I feel like Cass is pretty sure that she is going to leave, and I think Cass is just like, what if she's just saying that and is just going to just chill with us for the rest of the time?
Secretly follow you all around.
She leaves the frame, puts on the invisibility cloak, and follows us.
19.
19. She left the cloak off as she exited the room. You get the impression if she was going to be still in the room with you at least, she would have kept the door open so that she could have come back inside.
Look, we're hella interesting. I wouldn't blame her.
Yeah, you get the impression she's gone.
I that was just such a you thing to do, to be like, I'm going.
I was here the whole time.
Three games later, she just suddenly appears like, hey.
I'm Karul in disguise.
Oh my god.
You thought it was
Destroyer of Worlds.
Wait, I'm gonna take us back to a really old meme. You thought it was Goulash, but it was me, Karul, in invisibility cloak in disguise.
As Johnny walks away, goulash drips from outside of her invisibility cloak. She leaves a trail. Isn't this the goulash? Hold on one darn moment.
Well, this is wonderful. Brian's gonna leave and go find Shu and tell Bluey to go find Alexa for sake of
Girl, you were the goulash the whole time.
Lily is having none of it today. She's like, let's go, boys.
I'm raiding you in. Sarah's is not here to do it anymore.
The Goulash Crew, episode 75.
Wait, Alexa can't speak any... Can she speak any...
Just take her hand and take her on a wild journey. She'll go with you.
I can go with Blue because I can do the comprehend languages and be the...
Okay, so
we just bewilder
whilst Bluey and Ulster are off to collect the pets and Alexa, Cass, you can start casting comprehend languages so that you are the translator when they return. Also you managed to go and find Shu and Courage. They've been taken outside into sort of a courtyard area and left to roam free. Courage seems to just be sort of sitting on the top of Shu's head, and every now and again she just kind of looks up, and then when Courage flies, like she's watching him like a bird. And then
Brian just jumps onto Shu's back. Fucks.
yeah, immediately rolls onto her back and like gives you her belly and just kind of like starts like flopping her paws in the air.
Cat. Are we bringing Shu to the side? This is gonna be fun.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh shit! This is the first. Oh fuck! This is the first time she's been back. This is gonna be interesting. Okay.
Brian makes his dad apologize to his cat.
Oh my god! Content.
Sounds wonderful though.
This is gonna be such a powerful entrance.
He just walks in. Dad, I think you have something to say. She's just waiting
I
there.
think someone's waiting for an apology.
You know what
It
you
was
did.
like Daenerys with the dragon like behind when she unfurls her ring.
Yes.
It's gonna be good.
Oh my god! If you just flew in on a fucking.
Well, courage can be like do like an illusion to become like the big dragon again.
Yeah.
And just like
We
walk in and
we
be
don't want to scare the people.
Scare
That
the
might-
or
mortals.
do we?
You guys can make your own decision about the dragon, but if that.
Alright, let's back to the room with Shu. We're not forgetting Shu.
Okay. You and Courage, you take them back to the room, and Courage just zooms up the staircase. Shu just like kind of like has her back, her head like pressed into your back and is almost pushing you up, making sure there's always contact. Bluey, you arrive in the library and it takes you a hot minute, but you're able to find Alexa, and she looks up and she says something that you don't understand.
Could
When I said I was comprehending languages, I meant to go with Bluey.
Oh, I thought you were going to stay. Yeah, I understand. Okay, that's
To-
gonna be-
okay, right.
okay. It takes 10 minutes to cast. So what happens is she says something that neither of you can understand, and then you sit down for 10 minutes, and then she's just like sitting there, like,
I mean, I just want to say that I only need you for a bit of time. I'll stare. Brian is here.
make a performance check. See if you can't convey.
You
Performance.
should just draw freckles on your face and be like, pointy ears.
That is 13.
With it's a bit of a game of charades. By the time you think you've just about conveyed the message, Cass is done with her spell, and Alexa just says, "Is Ulster here?"
Brian
Ulster
is
is here.
here. Ulster. Yeah.
Oh wait, do you go by Brian or Ulster here? Which one?
Oh, fuck.
I can't remember. Does anyone remember what he was using?
I don't know.
I think you're probably going by Ulster. It's just that Cass just always refers to you as Brian. I think it's just Cass just confusing
I think
everyone.
it might have been Brian.
I think it was Brian.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think it was casual enough for
Brian.
Brian. Yeah.
Brian is here, yes.
Great. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I will come with you. Let me just put my books away. Just, like,
Isn't
stop.
she like heavily pregnant?
Yes.
I think Cass will help her put the books away.
I am. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I'm so excited. This is so cool.
It is, yeah.
About
Very cool.
About Brian.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
To see him.
I was like, Cass was just like putting books away, like, yes, really cool.
I'm so excited. to see
Librarian.
him. It's also called a librarian. An archivist of sorts. I think it's fun. Anyway, let's go. I can hardly hold back. I want to see my boy. And then start
I
rushing
want
off.
to see.
You start making way back to the up to Brian's room, and you intercept Aaron and Joral on the way, and Aaron just is like, "We had a very brief tour. It was very informative, wasn't it?" And Joral looks like kind of actually quite interested, and Valis is just like doesn't really want to be doing this anymore. As you enter back into the room, everyone make me a really quick investigation check.
Everybody?
Yep.
Everybody needs somebody. Ugh.
14.
14.
14.
Dirty 20.
Anyone who got over a 15 You can see that.
What if I got a 15?
15, I'll allow it. I want to go over 15. You can see that the golden keys that were once at Aaron's belt are just gone. And looking over Joral and then down to Valis, you can see a little glint of something poking out of the back of his pocket. And he seems he has a little hand just like kind of pulling his shirt down so that you like can't see. Stands very
Can I
still.
look at Valis and just shake?
I'll look at Valis and I'll have a knowing smile. Because this has happened to me personally. You rascal.
You both.
You've been caught.
I'll look at Valis dumbfounded because I don't know what's happening.
Ulster and Neff make competing persuasion checks to see which one he'll do.
I'm not trying to persuade him to keep it, but
That's 17, I think.
I've got a really good persuasion.
11 plus 6 is 17.
But it doesn't matter. I always roll shittily. So that is a 5 plus 7 for a.
Well,
yes.
Okay. Pulls the keys out of his pocket and sort of just like really quickly sticks them back on Aaron's belt.
Brian looks happy.
You've gathered Aaron and Alexa is just sort of like beaming, rushes up to you, Brian, and just kind of gives you a squeeze on the shoulder.
He gives her a careful hug.
It's okay. Yes, don't worry. Oh, I'm so excited to see you again. It's been so long. How are you?
It's been what? Pretty good. I just brought you here because I have a new friend who will be taking over my room.
Oh, okay. New friends. And she looks over.
Yes.
Is this them? Is this them?
And the son, yes. Who likes other children? Maybe when you have your baby.
He can be friends with my baby. I'm very excited about this. The prospects are endless. And she rushes over and introduces herself to them. And Aaron turns to Brian and just says, "So they're taking over your room. You're not coming back?"
Not in the foreseeable future. We've got quite a few things to do, but I'll definitely come back and visit.
Well, it'd be a shame to say goodbye, but
Oh, we move around a lot. I'm sure I can pop in every month.
that'd be fun. We can go wedding crashing like we used to.
That was a lot of fun.
That was a good time.
And I'll get Loran to send messages from me to you.
Okay. He looks at Loran. Loran looks at him. I'll send you so many things.
Oh, no.
All of them from Brian, of course. And Aaron just says, "I still have something to tell you later." Okay. Well, Ulster, if this is the last chance we get to say a proper goodbye for a little while, then I just want to say it's been a pleasure. He said Brian. Brian, it's been a pleasure. And wherever you go next, remember, you've always got a place back here if you need one. A bed to crash on. Looks over to Loran. Loran looks at you. A friend here. Purely friends. Just a friend.
Thank you, Aaron. And Alexa. It's been
Alexa.
really nice having you both here.
Alexa just turns and says, it's been a great time. And I hope that you can come back and we can hang out again soon.
Yeah, I'd love to meet your child. So
Yeah. Anyway. And she goes and starts gushing over Valis, who looks thoroughly over it, but accepts her attention nonetheless. And
I think we're staying the night, right?
You're staying the night? Okay. Cool then.
We're staying until when didn't we have to leave at midnight to get to the Messiah? So we were going to sleep soon.
Sleep at 5.
5. Okay.
Okay, well, you guys still have a little bit of downtime if you want to do anything in the
Find out what that potion is.
But
Brian won't do it, so he's going to ask Loran to find out.
Loran is just kind of reclining, relaxing, taking his time.
Brian looks at Aaron and looks at Loran, looks back at Aaron. Loran.
Aaron looks at you, looks at Loran, looks at the rest of the party. Now?
Why don't we
Does
have some
anyone
more
want to go
drinks
to a
and food?
tavern? Yeah, why
Yes,
don't we
let's
go
all
to
go to a tavern and have a talk.
and have some fun times.
I think
except Nerio, because and maybe Jerome. Do you want to sleep?
I do. Are we allowed to? Are we okay to use the room straight away?
Brian's like gathered his like small amount of belongings in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Yes, we might just stay in, if you don't mind.
Message us if anything, if you need anything.
We will. Thank you. And Alexa says, I shouldn't really go to taverns, you know, the whole situation. I'm going to go back to the library, but you guys have a lovely time and drink a lot for me.
There's no alcohol.
I will.
Because this is a shissel and they don't have.
What?
Yeah, they don't do.
What? Cass is just like,
I'm distraught.
God, get me out of here.
It's not really an alcohol sort of place. If you
Cass is like instantly horrified and is done with this.
You can pre on the way there if you want to chug some.
Yeah, Cass will chug some Shung Zeros on the way, but she's now not happy.
Maybe we can have some virgin martinis.
Aaron just says, well, actually, you see, we don't go to taverns for our alcoholic fun times. No, we go and we crash ceremonies, weddings, those kinds of things.
To a wedding!
I will need 10 minutes to ask around everyone I know and see if anyone knows if there's a wedding happening tonight. Wait. And he sort of rushes out the room. And Alexa says, and I still just don't go to taverns just because it's not really my vibe, and I'm very, you know, I want my child to absorb the library atmosphere. I read somewhere where if you stay in one place, which is really strongly associated with something that you want your child to be good at, then they will like actually come to grow to like that thing.
She's definitely going to name her child like XAE12 or something.
Oh no! No.
I see it.
Oh my god.
I want to bond with my child in a library and read loads of books together, and I think that would be wonderful.
Oh, Cass is
That
like
sounds
in her
pretty
head,
nice.
like, this poor child is being pushed towards a certain path.
Next to see what a lucky child.
Doesn't like to read.
Well, when I'm old, I
Disowned.
want to be able to, like, you know, like come and like read stories to me.
That's really wholesome, Alexa.
I'm just looking at Aelin in the corner.
Wholesome, if a little pushy. Cass is like,
Oh,
but
it's
Cass
just-
doesn't say anything. Cass is just like,
I'm just really excited. I don't know much about this parenting thing, but I'm just-
Comparatively, I think, Alexa, you're going to be a great parent. I'm very excited for you.
Same.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Looking at me for what?
Don't worry.
Ominous.
I had an eyelash in my eye.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
a few moments pass. The door's thrown open again. I found one, and I think it's going to be a good one. Okay?
yeah.
Right, everyone. This is what you need to know. Whoever's coming to the party, we do have to sneak in. People know that this is the kind of thing that we do in these parts, so you've got to be a little bit clever about it. I think
Dress nice as well.
dress nice. You can be turned into a duck. That usually works. You can go invisible. That also works. If you can talk your way into places, that's also good. It's down on the coastal district, which is very nice. Pool party vibes, so dress accordingly.
Ooh.
Nice.
I'm going to go and get changed. I will meet you all downstairs in 5 minutes. Sounds good? Longer? 10? Longer? 15?
Sounds great.
10 to 15 sounds good.
15. See you there. Rushes off again. Okay, well, you guys get a chance to change if you want to do. Whatever.
I have sheer shirts for anyone who wants them. Just saying.
You could
Or-
all
Sheer
Where-
shirts? As in, like...
see-through.
Might not fit you,
Oh.
Louis. Might not fit Cass either. Might just fit.
No, but
So, yeah,
it would fit.
A
It would
dress,
fit
yeah.
Cass, but it'd be a dress. Should be
Yeah.
a sheer dress.
Yeah, sheer
That's
dress.
a vibe. That's a vibe.
Yeah.
And I'd have a sheer crop top or something.
You probably just break it, Louis.
Let's find some beak
Put it over the
ones.
bicep flex.
Ryan says, I will offer my aesthetic surfaces to anyone who needs it. I can make things larger and smaller.
Could you make my hair a funky color again? But maybe not green.
What color would you like?
What color do you think would look good?
Go pink.
Red?
I would like to say a bright.
Oh, surprise me, actually. Just go for it.
Spin a color wheel.
I'm
Okay,
gonna do
neutral,
the
let's go.
color.
Today we're gonna spin the color wheel. Where it'll land, nobody knows.
Runs in a circle, and he says, "Yes, this is the one." Neon yellow.
Oh my god.
Neff has gone mod.
Now, I can change this gradually throughout the night.
Oh,
Are you okay with that?
yes. That sounds wonderful.
Wonderful.
I'm definitely going to have to turn Neff into a dog. She's not sneaking in like that.
Oh, it does have to be a little bit subtle, doesn't it? Okay, hang on.
Could turn her into a yellow duck.
I would
Yellow
personally like that IRL, but... Well, I was enjoying the hair coloring though. But if that would be safer.
Do you like the neon yellow, Neff? Okay. I will let you keep it.
Yay, okay. I've never had yellow hair before.
Wonderful. You don't say.
Wonder why.
I've only ever had red hair.
Georgia can definitely say that she had yellow hair at one point.
Emma can definitely say that she had yellow hair at one point. Japan, am I right?
God damn Japan! Oh, Naruto yellow. If there's photographic evidence, I will send it to you. My face does not look happy, but yeah.
Every time I see those photos from Joyce of our second half of the year abroad, I'm just like, it's taken like this amount of time to get it. Like the bleach is like still here from like.
Well, this is still left over. This
Yeah.
light bit. This is still from the bleaching.
Yeah.
It's now just like but
Tips.
at least this isn't yellow though. It's just very blonde. But
Yes.
man, it was not good.
Oh, I'm gonna put one of Brian's oxide daisies in my hair because the yellow of the inside of the flower is gonna match the yellow. Oh, that's cute.
Okay. I think
Yeah,
that
so cute.
Loran will adjust the shade ever so slightly to make it a perfect match to the yellow of that oxide daisy. There you go.
Ooh.
Also, then if I ever draw fan art of this, it doesn't have to include neon yellow hair. There we go. So,
Okay. It's more like a sun yellow.
That's smart.
Sunny yellow.
yes. Okay. You all dress in your fancy beach attire, and you begin to make your way downstairs. If anybody has anything particular in mind for their outfits, then I'm just going to say you can dig deep and ask Loran for a little bit of help, and ask also for a little bit of styling advice, and you're able to get something good going.
Is Courage and Shu with us?
Would you
They
like
can
to-
guard. They can guard Jarrell, I think.
Did you say I can ask Brian for styling advice? I would like to ask
my God.
Brian for styling
I'm
advice.
so sorry. I'm so
You want
sorry.
to ask? What?
I was gonna say, I'm so sorry, Bluey. The moment Courage saw you again, he would have been like, sparks, and done like a big sort of like ring around you and left like a sort of shower of sparks in your wake and landed on your head
Very
and
good.
not left the entire time. So he would have been still on your head by the time you were trying to make your way out. You'd have to tell him to go, or to guard if you want him to.
Hey, Courage, are you able to be low key?
I can turn invisible if that's what you mean.
Oh gosh.
Bluey Sparks, do you need me to be low key?
How long can you be low key invisible for?
1 hour.
Oh, okay.
It's a marvelous feat, Bluey Sparks. You could learn it too one day if you practice your magics.
Actually, is it okay if you stay here?
Hold
We'll
down
be
the fort.
back here.
But of course, Bluey Sparks, I can do that for you.
Yeah. By the way, that's Jerome over there. That's
Hello, good sir.
Nereo.
Mario.
Nereo.
Mario is my name. And Courage is like,
Sorry.
Nerio and Jerome, my name is... What do they speak?
It's all draconic. I'm sorry.
Sylvan,
This
wouldn't they
is
Under Common, Elvish, Sylvan probably not because it's a Feywild thing. But Elvish and Undercommon they have. So there's enough loan words in Elvish from Sylvan that they have an idea of what's going on. They're able to just, with a lot of like sort of roundabout explanation, get there. So there is some communication. But you drop Courage off with them?
Yeah, and I would want to be to Gerald, just like, this is Courage. He's fine. Like, no problems. Like, he can be a bit excited, but but he's pretty cool and he's helpful. So yeah, and he can fly. So anyway, we'll be back.
Anyway,
yeah.
Have a good time.
Yeah.
We're just going to rest up. And Brian, as you leave, Shu just kind of purrs from the corner, is curled up on your bed, and just sort of like puts her head down.
Soon we will have our revenge. I
know. Make way out, and Aaron is at the bottom of the stairwell. He escorts you out into the Ashisel streets, down towards the coastal district. It's a little bit earlier in the evening. It's late afternoon, early evening by the time you make it there. So you don't quite have the cover of darkness, but you see the remnants, or the beginnings, of what seems to be a pool party in the most fantasy sense of the word. There are these like flowing canopies set up.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no! Emma, no!
I really want to be at a pool party. Describe it for me, Emma. Paint a word picture.
Emma, describe it.
Emma, describe it for me, please.
Emma, no!
I need to be somewhere other than my house.
I might use this opportunity actually to go to the loo.
Yeah, if we're frozen, then I might as well.
Right.
BRB.
Oh, by the way, what would Brian have styled Neff in?
Who in Neff?
Because she'd be wearing whatever you suggest.
Put her in like. He probably would have adapted some of his clothes into like a sundress for her.
Aww.
Like a flowy kind of sundress.
Cute.
Yeah.
Cecilia would have definitely taken Brian's fashion advice as well.
He has a lot of like sheer things she could layer to get like a gauzy kind of look.
Yeah.
Swishy skirts that Slia can look good dancing in.
Oh, we're gonna do some dances. Yeah. We're gonna crash this party in the most wholesome way possible by not crashing it, hopefully.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I really want to run into those the dapper gentlemen that Danielle we met at the last one. Do you remember in the time skip?
Oh.
We had a great dance circle with them, doing the a Sicilian version of the Macarena.
A Sicilian. That's a fun word. Okay, I'm gonna also get a T. Yeah. I'll put it on BRB.
I should probably get a T, but everyone's. Oh, I don't want to. Whoopsie.
Okay. My computer. No, that's muted. Okay, so. Oh, are we gone? Can you see me?
Some people are getting tea. Yeah. Sash going to.
Oh, okay. You took a break. Right. Okay.
Yeah, we're on break screen right now.
Okay.
Stuck with us.
That's okay. I was going to. I had a point which I wanted to break at, but we can just have another break then. Usually when my computer seppukus, it only takes like a minute to come back on. So
I think it's because Anna left, and then Georgia left, and then Thomas left.
Yeah. I'll get some water. Also, yes, if you run into those dapper gentlemen again, yes, dance circle. That's a beautiful time.
So good. Do the Macarena.
I have their names written down, so I should remember.
What were their names? I can't remember. There were two of them.
Yep. I have them written down, but one of them was Nolan and one was Ethan, I think. Or something.
I think.
Which was the one that flirted with Daniel, and which was the one that flirted with Brian? I don't know.
Nolan flirted with Brian. I think, and Ethan flirted with Daniel.
Nolan.
But I am half find your message that you sent me from before that I haven't had a chance to reply to because of DMing. So give us a moment. Let's just say that.
Wait, which message?
Oh, don't worry. The potion is called Helping Hand.
Oh no! Like if you no.
Sorry,
no.
I've stumbled into this. Is this just
And I'm
poppers?
gonna
Like
technically. I'm gonna go and get more water.
sorry. Oh gosh, sorry.
Emma just sent me the potion thing, and I don't get it. I don't know if I just can't read between lines, but I don't get it.
Send it. Say it.
I'll read it out to you guys.
Did we find out what the potion was?
Let's just say if you were thinking of going to the cave anytime soon, you might want to bring this with you for a little helping hand. I don't know what that means.
It just means incredibly strong aphrodisiac. Incredibly strong magical aphrodisiac.
No, I guess that doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
That's not the same as poppers.
No.
What?
No. Okay.
Help! Do you imagine like little elves jumping around?
You could do it.
It's the. Are we still streaming?
Yes.
Everyone breaks through it.
We were not anymore. We are now on regular.
Oh, okay.
Just a short
Let me get the proper scientific name.
I won't lie to you guys.
Sorry,
This
Lily.
is nothing to me now. Oh, fun. We good to go back?
Whenever you're all ready.
To the party.
And my sundress.
Just so you know, there is a point where I wanted to break, so we will probably have another break. Because I didn't intend to break just now. Okay. Just to bear in mind. Okay. No, that's fine. So, this was my computer dying. But when that happens, it only usually takes like a minute to come back on. But yeah. So, you guys make your way down to the coast, and you see there are just these awnings arranged on the makeshift pier which has been established for this party. There are a couple of entrances, these sort of like awnings which have like not awnings, archways which have like flowers around the edges. You get the impression this is either a naming celebration or a wedding. It looks a little bit more like a wedding in the traditional sense, and it's plenty of people, all wearing sort of very similar clothing to yourselves. What's everybody wearing for this one?
I'm wearing a sundress that Brian picked out.
Okay, Brian, what did you pick out for Neff?
He probably just combined some of like his own clothes to do both Slya and Neff's outfits. So like Neff's in like a really floaty, probably like knee-length sundress, and Slya's in like layered, gauzy skirts.
Cool. Cass?
I feel like Cass is wearing some like it's not underwear. It's like a bikini, but it could be underwear, and then the sheer thing over the top, and she's just great.
Hang on, let me just find that in the player's handbook. I think it's in page. Oh yes, there it is. No. High fantasy. I love it.
Yeah. So, and I feel like she's got Brian to. She's like done like a bit of like flowery.
Brian was just running around doing everyone.
Oh yeah.
So her hair's like all like cha, and she's just like, I look great.
It's exactly like that.
Cha. Paint the word picture. Cha.
We get it. It's good. Yes.
Also, Louis, what are you wearing?
All right. I kind of imagine it's kind of the same, not underwear, but like underclothes that I imagine Bluey always wears is kind of like a tank toppy sort of
a casual Bluey with a little bit of
sports
fancy
bra, like
Athleisure, Bluey.
And just
Athleisure Bluey. Cool.
basically.
Okay.
But anything that is able to maybe dress that up a bit. Maybe the sheer top a bit larger, thanks to
Oh, good luck getting into that.
Loran
I can find like a wrap.
for you. Yeah. Loran makes it a bit bigger for you, so it's just about a crop top, and you can have a little wrap over yourself as well.
Okay, all right, crop top, yeah.
What are Ulster and Loran wearing? You can decide. Loran would have defaulted to
Probably the Dahlia skirt, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Loran has a matching shirt in that fabric, which is almost completely see-through. You can see all of his aesthetic muscles through it. George, that eyebrow. Oh god. So
Brian puts like a hand over Cass's eyes, like, no.
Cass isn't perving on Loran. She's perving on the relationship. I want that to be very I want that to be very
wow.
She's just like loving just everything about the relationship. She's just like, yeah,
amazing.
my baby Brian. He's grown so much.
He's grown.
So,
Literally.
You look and you see that Aaron points out there's a front entrance which is sort of somewhat guarded. There is the ocean, which has the pier, which is not guarded at all. There is a small sandbank, which looks like you could just climb up onto the sort of dance floor from, if you wanted to, or you could go in there from the skies, however you choose to crash this party.
Does someone want to just do a little teleport with me?
I will, Aaron says, if there's space going. That sounds fun.
Yeah, I can take one person.
All right then, he links arms with you.
And we're just like, boop, and we're just in and we're like, wave, straight to the alcohol.
Just make one. Let's make either a charisma check or a stealth check. Just one of them. Just one. Whatever you prefer.
I'm definitely going to go with charisma because Cass's stealthing is not that great.
We're using this to determine whether you look like you belong.
Yes, I understand.
You understand the reason?
I understand.
I'm glad you do. If you didn't understand, it would be really difficult, wouldn't it?
Oh.
Right.
19.
19. Yeah, you blend right in there. Aaron as well. Yes, is able to sort of just like walk it off as though you guys have been there the entire time. You head straight for the booze. The rest of you, what are you doing? How you getting?
The easy thing would be for me to polymorph people, but
But are you going to do it?
But I say every man for himself, and Brian turns into a little bird and flies.
That's very good.
And Cass has already got a glass ready for you, Brian, and she's just like, as you like,
just materializes and takes it.
That's so good. All right, Loran will just be like, "Huh, I see how it is. I'm not a Taoshiri for nothing," and just clicks his fingers and teleports, appears right next to you, hand out, ready to receive a glass. Also, can you also roll for me, please? Just either stealth or charisma.
Both are not great.
Ooh, Loran just about makes it.
Oh, 19.
Look, yeah, you're fine.
Pretty good.
It's a fairly low DC. DC? Yeah.
Hello, we're
All
on
right.
the DC.
Slya, Neff, and Bluey. How do you guys get in?
Sorry, guys.
I would actually probably ask Slya maybe and be like, hey, maybe we could cause a distraction with our ttrpg combined and sneak by.
I think that's a bad idea.
You think that's a bad idea? I thought it sounded fun. What do you have in mind?
I think we should sneak in.
Okay.
Sneak it. I love how this was a partly celebration for Slya. We just all gone.
We just ditched.
Yeah, Slya's gonna link arms with Bluey and Neff and attempt to, slink in like she belongs.
I would swim.
All like played off like we're meant to be here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Brian would have done it, but he's in a funny mood.
I'm gonna try and walk right in. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you make your way up towards the front entrance, leaving Bluey behind,
No, we're linking
No,
with
she
Bluey.
was gonna link
yeah,
arms with both
Yeah.
Bluey and Neff.
all three of you start walking with confidence towards the door. Make me a performance check, each of you.
Could I try persuasion instead, maybe?
No.
Oh, okay, alright, fine.
Can I channel divinity to give somebody proficiency
Please.
in performance?
Don't me.
allow it.
No, don't give
I
it to
don't know
me.
anyone.
I would love to give
Bluey,
it to
that's
Neff.
Anna, that's Anna, just so you know. A little bit meta.
Okay.
It's up to Slya.
Oh.
Slya, what do you want to do?
Sorry.
Well, I was thinking I'm worried a little bit more about Neff, so
Understood.
Always worried a bit about enough.
That's
Okay.
probably
she's
wise.
strangely
I'm worried
charismatic.
about
So
So, with my proficiency bonus, that becomes a... Let's see. That goes all the way up to 10. And my proficiency bonus is a +5.
We have a 19, and then Slya, you got a...
wait, also your charisma.
And charisma to that 12.
Okay, mine was a dirty 20.
Okay, well then it is a group success. You walk with confidence, and as you get closer to the pier, you start to hear like music emanating from the dance floor. You can smell like these sweet wines. You know, the little time that you've spent in a shuttle, you know that even though it has this sort of like tight grasp on when you're allowed to drink alcohol, they do make phenomenal wine. Phenomenal wine, phenomenal bread. Those are the two things that they're just really known for. And you can smell the baked bread, like it's like the plates of cheeses, the sort of like herbed focaccia that is being passed around. That you guys, everyone inside is just having a great time and nibbling on. And you can smell it, all your mouths are watering. You make it right up to the entrance, and you are stopped, in spite of your good rolls, by the two guards at the front, who just speak to you in Celestial. Do any of you speak Celestial?
Yes.
Does.
Oh,
I think I actually do. I do! I finally have a language that I can use!
Yay, no.
Oh my god!
An F. The guard on the left is a tall female Asimar with long, sort of like dark black hair and bright, sort of like warm brown eyes. Just puts a hand out and just says, "Are you here for the bride or the bride?"
Yes, we are.
Okay, which one?
Oh, the bride.
Which one? Or just tell me your name and I'll look for you on the list.
Can I sneak a peek at the
Pulls
list?
up a
Mum
list.
is
Can Cass have seen that they're like and tried to see what the name of one of the brides is and like message it to Nath? If I've seen, because
Okay,
can I see them?
I would like Neff to make a perception check, and Cass, I'll have you make a perception check as well.
Okay.
Neff, you might have
No.
a disadvantage if you're trying to have a look at like a peek in.
Oh yeah,
Yep, Yep, because so that's
23.
going to be very bad. It's going to
23.
be 11 on the perception.
Cass.
Quick peek.
Yes. Cass, one of the brides is called Maricia Elfborn.
Maricia Elfborn.
Yep. Elvbon.
Okay. Cass is gonna message Neff and be like, "One of the brides is Maricia Elfborn."
Pardon me, of Maricia Elfborn. Can I persuasion check that as well or something?
You may, yeah, make a persuasion check with disadvantage because she is going to check the list.
Also, the performance does last for 10 minutes, just to put that out there.
The performance? What performance?
Proficiency in performance.
Right,
Okay.
understood.
With my disadvantage roll on persuasion, that becomes a 12.
A 12.
It could have been so good. It could have been a 26. But no.
Looking through Maricia's list, I don't... What's your name again, did you say? It says that everyone should be here already.
Mumsversfeld is a name that I go by.
Yeah.
There's so many Momsversvalds on this list, you're going to have to...
Which
Thomas was spelled Smith.
just for fun, which one of them do I look like? Out of curiosity, I get a lot of different answers.
That's good.
Well,
just a random one.
what are you trying to accomplish with that? Are you trying to like? What are you trying to accomplish with that?
Who knows?
Playful banter.
I wouldn't. I couldn't say. I'm. There are plenty.
I'll come and just pick one. It's okay. I won't tell anybody, even if you get it wrong.
She sort of takes a step back, looks up from your horns down to your toes, and just says, "Well, one of the prettier ones, but that's neither here nor there."
Give them a wink. Give them a wink.
Flirt, like life depends upon it.
I will.
Like alcohol depends on it.
Okay.
Yeah, like bread and alcohol depends on it.
I will attempt to persuade via flirtation, and just send one, open parentheses, one, close parentheses, entire wink their way.
Okay, roll a persuasion check. I will.
Okay.
I'll let you do it with a. I'll let you do it with advantage.
Okay, awesome, sweet.
She thinks you're pretty.
Yes, yes.
Oh yes. Okay, that's gonna be that's, with advantage. With disadvantage, that was gonna be like less than 10. But with advantage, it's going to be a 22.
22. All right. How about this? She closes the papers.
Is
I get
someone
the-
whistling? I'm sorry. I keep hearing like a
Yeah.
show
I
tunes
think
whistle
it's
from
through
somewhere.
Oh right, yeah. No, there's. I have the
Something about
festival
that.
chapter on in the background.
Oh, yeah, that
Oh
might be it.
my god.
The festival chapter playlist because it has good music. Okay. As she kind of like closes this paper, she just says, I think we both know you're not on this list. That being said, and she looks over at the other guard who is sort of like ushering through others. Run through now, and I'll meet you on the dance floor later.
I'll run through now.
Ooh.
Oh my
You make your
goodness.
way in, hidden behind another group of attendees, and you are all in the party. So
Nice.
we'll reconvene, and you are able to get your hands on some amazing cherry wine, which is just absolutely like the best you've ever had. And you all can cheers together, and the whole party is at your disposal. There's a dance floor, there's food, there's a lounge area, there are fireworks and a fire dancer at the end of the pier. Loran is immediately looking at like I could do much better than that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to hold back.
You could have a shot.
I could have a shot. I could also have a shot, and then do it later.
Shots?
Shot.
Shot.
Shot and then fire.
Everybody!
You know what, Cass? I forgot how fun it was to drink with you. This is a great time, especially without the threat of death. Down in the Underdark, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's
Quite it, but
yeah.
But now, I mean, this is a good
Very
time.
nice to not have the threat of death.
Brian's gonna hold his hand out to Slya. Be like, dance.
Yeah, I think Cass is going to ask Bluey if Bluey wants to dance.
That leaves Loran and Neff.
Loran?
Oh
Leans forward and just says, "Aaron, would you like to dance?"
Oh!
no!
Oh no.
The attractive guard.
think-
So
I think seeing that, yeah, Neff is good. Is the guard in yet to dance or not?
There is a changing of the guard that seems to be happening at this moment. Just so you know.
Okay.
I'll wait by the punch bowl.
Loran like puts his arm over Aaron's shoulders and says, "So you were saying about that potion earlier?" And it just disappears into the crowds.
Neff, do you want to dance with Bluey and I while we?
I'll wait by the punch
Yeah,
bowl.
very-
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Under the disco ball in the
Then
school
can
hall.
Cass insight check that to see if she's happy to wait by the punch bowl, or if she actually wants to come and dance?
Sure.
Could I? Oh, wait.
24.
Yeah, she kind of
Were you happy to wait by the punch bowl, or
Not really.
were you really wanting to
She would
dance?
suggest it, but she would rather dance.
Okay, Cass is going to insist that you come dance with her, and she's going to persuade you. She's like, no, you have to come dance with me now.
I think it's Neff. Would you like to go and dance if Cass insists?
Yeah.
Without
27.
even without the.
I'm in a trance. I must dance. I am a slave to the music.
Even without the role, it is very clear that Cass wants you to dance with her, and you may if you wish.
All right, I will join the pair. And
Sweet.
I'm very happy to do like a 3-person shimmy, like
Yeah, we're just like
rather
like
than
awkward,
dancing,
but like bad, you know, but having fun.
beautiful.
We should at least-
we could try start a conga line. There's 3 of us.
Anybody who wants to genuinely have their hand at commanding the dance floor can roll me performance checks. Anyone who's just having a little sway in the corner, you're alright to just have a good time.
Can I assist Slayer in a performance check?
Sure, go for it.
I feel like that's a better move.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, performance is my jam. So we have
not stupid.
valid. We have an 18.
18. You guys are sweeping your way through, attracting many eyes and dancing perfectly on time with every single beat. You do turns, lifts, spins. It's a great time, and there are people following in your wake, they're sort of copying your moves, and you start a little bit of a trend on the dance floor. It's very sweet.
So I realized that Brian is taller than her now, and she's just beaming at him.
Oh wow! Magical.
So yeah. I think we could do more than just sway, guys. Have any of you guys watched The Greatest Dancer? It was a UK show recently.
I definitely do.
The 3 people with OT.
Yes.
I'm sorry, they owned it as a 3, and I will send you guys all a YouTube link because it was amazing.
Yeah.
So,
God, I don't think I can describe it.
It was just it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
There's incredible dancers, but yeah. So let's roll. And you've got added performance, Neff.
Oh, yeah. Let's do this.
Ooh.
My rolls are all bad.
10.
Wait, that one.
17.
15.
15. Okay. Overall, did you really get a 10, Neff?
No, I've got an 11.
11.
Your additions.
With advantage? Whatever
Okay.
it is.
Wait, is it with advantage?
Well, you have the proficiency and the charisma to add to it.
Oh, and the charisma, 13.
Cool. Well, altogether, you're able to just about match. Well, obviously, Bluey and Cass really have a handle on it, and they are just kind of pulling you around, Neff, but it looks intense. What's important. You guys are just having an absolutely amazing time, breaking it down on the dance floor. Again, like I said, you're starting trends, you're getting people into the music and actually wanting to dance and have a fun time. So as you all dance around, looking about, you do see Loran and Aaron have broken off and are sitting and talking in depth over a drink. Not really paying attention, every now and again looking over and just smiling at all of you, and then continuing their in-depth conversation about, every now and again you just hear potions, caves, and so on and so on. Also, as you are dancing around, you sort of spin to the side, and people start sort of doing a move, which is where you sort of... Have you ever been to a Kaylee before? Have you? No? Okay. A Kaylee is we always have them in UK universities, I feel like this sort of Scottish dance where everybody pairs up, and then they have set moves, and you kind of go around the partners, and that sort of move begins. Oh, who's there? Hello.
Hi.
Do you all get service like this?
No. Absolutely
We
not.
do not.
I'm the only one who lives alone. This sucks. Although the cat has accepted me now, properly. And let me just it doesn't run away.
Steal it.
Chaotic.
I think
Okay.
I think as an owner, so I can't. Anyway.
Yes, Kaylee.
As the Kaylee style dancing, switching up partners and spinning around the room is going on. Also, you are spun into the arms of a partner you recognise. A taller, sort of dark haired, fairly dapper gentleman, who takes like one of your hands and like supports you with the other, and then just immediately looks down and is like, I know you. I know a shorter version of you.
Sorry.
Everyone.
Nolan, the dapper gentleman who hit on you at the last party you went to.
I feel like Brian used a different name, so he's just like...
Wasn't Brian the twin of Ulster
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, my cousin... No, was it his twin?
It was his twin.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So Brian could just be Brian.
Yep. Brian, right?
Yes. Wow. Been so
It's
long.
been so long. And he's like, he spins you around with the music if you let him. And he just says, how have you been? And so he kind of keeps swaying as he tries to strike up conversation along with the dance.
Studying a lot. Very intellectual pursuits. What about yourself?
Much the same. And he kind of just dips you down, if you allow it.
Brian's allowing it, but he's just like... He's keeping an eye out for, like, danger.
Danger, aka
a fireball.
Fireball. Everyone.
You see an orange glow in the distance as Fireball is being cast.
So you still married?
Yes, actually, my husband is here somewhere.
Yeah.
Not dancing. I don't know where he is. Have you had any luck in that field? I know you were enjoying these sorts of parties. So.
No, not really. I mean, if you see any attractive men around, then please do send them my way. But otherwise, quite just dancing on my own. This is fine though. And sort of spins you.
I mean, if you want to go to the High Solarian, I hear they've got new students all the time. Some attractive men.
Brian just pimping out the students.
I've got you.
Brian's being like, maybe Gerald needs a rebound.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Gerald is an attractive man.
Yes. I mean, I work at the High Solarian, so I mean, study there. So I am aware there are plenty. But well, if you see any or know anyone, this is an awkward conversation. This is.
I will keep it in mind. I mean, I do no, don't pray for. I hope for your happiness.
And it's time to switch partners. Thank you for your help. All right, bye.
I pray for you to have a sex life.
Yeah. And you switch partners, and you get the impression, wait, if he is here, perhaps his other dapper gentleman friends are here.
Yes.
And looking around, you do in fact see his dapper gentleman friends all kind of like making their way, and they wave back at you, raising their glasses. And you kind of wonder, they were also invited to this party? Or were they crashing the last one as well?
Yeah.
And you all look around and you're like, who exactly is supposed to be here? There is absolutely no way of telling. Neff, as you are spinning around with your friends, you feel a hand tap on your shoulder.
Ah!
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Hello. Would you like to dance?
I
or
like
get
to
a
dance.
drink?
We could do both in succession.
Both in succession. Sounds good to me. And she sort of spins you into her arms and says, would you prefer to lead or should I?
I could try leading.
Okay, let's see how that goes.
Alright, performance check, right?
All right.
Performance check. It's going to be
Performance
performance.
check, please.
Will this be my only good roll without advantage? I'm not even... Wait, do I still get my proficiency bonus thing?
And the charisma, yeah.
I'm going to say this will be the last time because it's
Okay.
it's only 10 minutes.
Oh, that's pretty good. So that's that plus this, which is
Plus
18 plus 5
7.
plus 2 is 25.
25. Amazing. 25. It's the best dancing ever. You spin her around. Her hair is just like flying in the wind as you kind of like pick up speed. She's still in she's not in like particularly flowy fabric. She was here to mostly work and has been given a break. But your beautiful sort of like flowing sundress that Ulster gave you just billows in the twilight skies, shimmering. It's beautiful. And you have a wonderful dance. And you sort of come to the end of the song, everyone who is on the dance floor, a little bit breathless, and the crowds begin to applaud and disperse as another slower song picks up. No longer partner switching. And the woman just says, "So would you like to get that drink? And maybe we can just go somewhere, talk a little quietly.
What do you mean by go somewhere?
Just have a conversation.
We can converse here, by the punch bar."
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Sure, why not? Be nice to get to know each other.
Okay. I'll walk over to the punch bar. So tell me a bit about yourself.
Did I already give you my name?
I don't think you did.
It's Maya.
Maya. Oh, I like that name. That's a nice name. Oh,
You say that you say that to her?
that's the IRL. Maya Faye is my favorite character from Phoenix Wright.
Oh.
But anyway,
And she says, "Oh no, I'm just working. It's my break, and I don't know. You don't meet a lot of particularly interesting people." like yourself,
okay.
so.
Do you have a partner or anything?
No, I don't actually.
Ah,
And she kind of like puts her hand out.
you see, I have a wife. I don't know.
Okay.
Ah,
I misread this one.
sorry about that. I didn't communicate that very effectively. I thought it was a nice
You
opportunity
thought-
for a platonic dance.
I mean, when I called you pretty, that isn't exactly what I was laying down, but it's fair enough.
That's my bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Is your wife here?
Not here, but she's not dead.
Well, that wasn't exactly what I was asking. But
Oh, sorry. I'm look. I'm not really the best at reading social cues necessarily.
I understand that.
I'm gonna have to mute my mic.
Well, this is okay. Look, if you change your mind, or if you have any single friends, send them my way. I don't have that much longer on my break left, and I'd quite like to meet someone interesting to talk to.
For sure. It was a nice dance. Thank you.
Not many get one, so it was an honor.
I thought you were saying I don't have much longer to live.
And now you just classic if Neff was like, "Oh, you're dying."
No, I don't have much longer on my break.
Oh my god! This is Neff, but she's not dead. Highlight of the game for me so far.
Neff is not the greatest at doing the socializing, but
No. Invisible Johnny is laughing from the side. I was here, no.
you see like the cloak pull back. Pull back immediately.
Cass is single, but yeah.
I'll walk over to Cass and be like, "So, Cass, did you by any chance happen to notice that guard on the way in?"
Which guard? Where? What? Cassie's had a lot of fun with the cherry wine.
The one I was dancing with.
You were dancing with someone else? What? She's going to make this a little bit hard for you.
Yeah, there was a very nice guard, an Asimar, and she said if I have any single friends, I should let them know.
Point her out to me. Which one?
Over there.
You see
Cass is like,
tall Asimar female, athletic build, olive skin, black hair, warm brown eyes.
Do you speak Celestial?
Cass sold. What language does she speak, Neff?
Celestial. But I could translate for you. Come with me. And I'll take Cass over.
I think
I'm gonna link arms.
I feel like Cass is like, let me just cast a spell though, because yeah.
Okay. So you start casting your comprehend languages, and that is
yeah. But I feel like she's not going to just do it in the dance floor. She's just going to go like stand off the dance floor, and she's like
stands off the dance floor and just starts chanting like infernal runes.
Okay.
But at least now my magic is pink and sparkly, so it's not like red, creepy sound.
Hellish screeching looks like pink sugar candy floss. Okay, so.
Okay, well, Cass goes and does it somewhere like separate.
Yeah. You understand all the languages. And you make your way over to the guard. Do you bring Neff with you, or is it just you two?
I'll introduce her as like this is my friend, but then I'll kind of
Okay.
Maya, this is my close friend Cass. Cass, this is my very newly made friend Maya.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet
Beverage?
you. You look like you've had a bit of the wine, and I will have a bit more. Thank you. And she just takes it from me.
Love the wine.
Yeah.
Bye, Neff.
Maya takes a drink from you, and it's just
what? Oh, Emma, you just changed. I was not expecting.
I thought you changed.
You're not the same anymore.
I'm sorry. Okay.
That was some chaos.
I can't destroy myself just to be your expectation of who I am. Anyway, I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay.
So remember how we was like so sure we were going to get to the Messiah?
We are going to get there, guys. Come on.
Don't worry, we can do it. I believe we still have plenty of time. We have a whole day.
Cass, get your hook up. Death.
Yeah.
Think about your wife, and then yes.
Think about your wife.
But my wife.
When times
But
get tough.
But my wife. She's not dead.
Okay, Cass, get your hook up. Go.
Okay.
Speed.
I want to see this happen.
Okay. Cass, she takes a drink and just says, "So you're Neff's friend? How do you guys know each other?"
It's complicated in that we met in a group, and it's been a bit of a disastrous journey, but it's been great fun. But not sexual.
Not like
Because
this.
that definitely sounded as if we met in a group.
I didn't even read that out of it, but
Interesting sexual ties. Well, I'm sure that Maya might have, if that was where.
you're muted.
Emma,
You're muted, Emma.
She just says, "Well, that wasn't where my mind was going, but I'm glad that we're on the same page." Well, that sounds
I
like a
love that
long,
Maya's-
complicated story. Perhaps we should go somewhere to talk about it together.
That sounds delightful.
Nice. Let's take a walk, shall we?
Yes, let's.
Off with your arm. Mm-hmm.
Cass takes it.
Wonderful. And you disappear off into the sunset.
Achievement unlocked. Wingman.
You need to be gone by 5 a.m.
By 5 hands of curfew.
Cass is just like.
Oh my god, you guys are going to be rocking up to the Maasai in like beach clothes.
Drunk,
smelling
stand in the hair.
I'm ready for that. As you call out, all stare, you feel a chin hit your shoulder.
Can it reach?
Hello.
See what I think it is.
Just about reaches. I can still do this, which is what's important.
Brian just pats his head.
Mm-hmm. I saw you dancing with that man. Who is he? Does he deserve a fireball to the face, or?
His name is Nolan. He knows I'm married, if that's what you're concerned about. I actually wanted to give him something. Stay right there. Brian gets a piece of paper, writes something on it, folds it up. I'll be right back. Just stay here. And he just goes over to Nolan.
Okay. I will be right here. Standing here. Standing perfectly still in the middle of the dance floor. Nolan looks around and just says, "Oh, yes, can I?"
Sorry about earlier. I felt bad. I'm not the most socially adept person, but I have something for you. And he gives him a little bit of paper.
Takes it, opens it.
It says Jerome on it.
Fuck. You really want to go for this one? Jerome. That's a nice name.
This is perhaps my recommendation for you.
A nice name attached to a nice person?
Nice, good-looking person. You don't mind a bit of emotional baggage, do you?
A bit.
Just a bit. Good-looking.
Good-looking is mostly...
Alvin.
Good-looking... Yeah, that would be new. Good-looking can speak my language and then also likes books, maybe?
Loves books.
Okay, well then, sounds like a plan. And he puts it in his pocket. Thank you for that.
Right. That's my husband over there, I think, just in case you wanted to know. And he points in the vague direction of Loran.
I was wondering why he was giving me such a dirty look earlier. Ooh,
it's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry. They'll be perfectly fine. If you take me up on the recommendation, good luck. And farewell. And he leaves.
Goodbye. Okay, and you pass off Nolan back to his friends, and you guys rejoin each other. Everyone else, Bluey, Slyer, what are you doing?
Sorry, I did the wrong thing.
Sorry.
I was preoccupied by my candle. I would either search for... Oh, well, I'd try and see if Neff or Loran, if they were alone, you know.
Brian
then,
will reclaim Loran the second he's back.
Okay.
But you may have him for 2 minutes.
Yeah, Neff is free.
Yeah, either, I don't know.
Neff has been left alone at the punch bowl by Maya and Cass, who are having a fun time.
I can see the punch bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I will go to punch bowl then.
This party has quickly become just like a generic high school dance. Like the punch bowl, the sort of screamers. Okay, you go over to Neff.
Hi, Bluey.
Was the guard okay with us coming in?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, right, good. Well, we acted well.
I think so.
That's good.
I'm sure that's what it was.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason.
I think Cass is actually with that guard now.
All right. Okay, cool.
And Neff's gonna do the least subtle, most oblivious wink ever you've seen from her at this point. I think Brian would be proud. I think I have successfully become a wingman.
Brian would be proud.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Okay.
As you're having this conversation, Neff, you feel a tap on your shoulder.
Ah!
And
oh, sorry.
I'm not Lauren. Brian, I think you would have seen one of the dapper gentleman friends break off from Nolan's group and start walking over to the pair of them.
He's like, oh gosh,
there's more.
I know this person.
You do know this person. This is the person who was interested in Danielle.
I jog over with Loran.
Taps Neff on the shoulder and says, "Have we met before?"
Ah! Sorry.
Oh, I didn't think I looked that bad, but I mean, okay.
These dapper gentlemen aren't having a good night.
Oh no, you should have more confidence in yourself. It's perfectly fine. You look wonderful.
Brian's like, Ethan, no!
You really think so?
Yeah, you really should have more confidence in yourself. I think it's really helpful. See, I've learned that about myself in my journey up to this point.
Huh. It's very, very wise. It's a nice thing to say to someone. Are you sure we haven't met before? You look... I don't know why, but you registered in my mind as someone I'd met.
I have a sister.
You had longer hair before?
And a brother.
Maybe I met your sister. You've never been to a party like this before?
I have, but I don't think I've met you at any of those parties.
You have been By that he means the wedding crashing parties in the Schissel.
Oh, well, I interpret that as, have you been to a wedding and parties before?
Okay, understood. So Neff is like, okay, so, well,
I've been to a few weddings.
Cool. Okay, but I might have made a mistake. I just recognized there was someone from the High Solarian over there who we met last time, and I saw you looked kind of like her, so I was just making sure. This is fine. Okay. I'm going to slowly back away now.
Do you want me to pass out a message to my sister or anything?
No, I see how you were, but it isn't you, so...
Well, that is a bit awkward. In that case, I'll let you back away then.
It is. Goodbye!
Bye!
Well, this is great.
Had Bluey met Ethan, was it?
Have you ever been to a wedding crashing party before?
I can't remember.
I've not met Ethan before.
Okay, right, cool. All good. Sorry.
Wow, that was really weird, Bluey.
Stare at him in a long time, like... No, okay, that... No,
he backs away faster the longer you stare.
His velocity is increasing the further he goes. As Johnny will meet some interesting people. Isn't that right, Bluey?
Yeah, sorry.
My mind shattering into millions of little pieces.
So how are you feeling, Bluey? About, well, everything, I guess.
Yeah, yes. Lots of kids things happening, which is good. Although parting with kids is sad.
I agree.
But I think we'd be great to like look after, Celia and Verenia's kid one day.
Oh, that's such an adorable idea.
Oh
it was interesting talking to Valis. It was interesting talking to Valis for the short amount of time that I did. He seems to really, I guess, look up to Karul. I think Brian knows that as well. So it's a bit concerning. I didn't want to tell him that he was wrong for thinking that, or looking up to one of his father figures, I guess. But yeah, I'm worried for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brian's still making his way over to you guys.
You can, you would have arrived there by now. You would have arrived there by now. Past Ethan on the way. He would have given you a nod like...
Bluey has empty brain.
Drinks!
Like, yes.
Hi, Brian.
Hello, yeah.
Drinks and dancing.
How much is everyone drinking tonight?
A lot.
A lot?
I'm drinking very little.
Okay, I believe you. So, I would like some constitution checks probably from Cass, definitely from Brian. Bluey, how much are you drinking? You're gonna drink a lot? A medium amount?
A medium amount.
Okay, I'll make you just one constitution check for me.
Dirty 20. Brian's
Ooh. He's got practice.
16. Okay, good. Slya, what are you doing?
Oh, wait, a general check?
Constitution. Just check.
15.
Slya, what are you doing?
Probably having she's probably worked through one glass total.
Okay.
And then maybe had a little bit to eat and then maybe one more dance and then just
Oh, the
back
drunker Brian
to
gets, the
room.
more he wants to dance with Slea and like koala jump on her at some points while she spins
Oh.
around.
Wonderful. I like that. Okay, so you guys all just get drunker and drunker. Some of you don't. Hashtag Neff staying sober a little bit.
Very sober this time
Cass,
around.
you eventually return from your tryst with Maya the guard, and she just gives you a wink. Gives you a wink as she returns to her post at the front.
Cass returns the wink.
Mm-hmm. You now have your contact in a shissel if you ever need.
Woo!
Oh my gosh.
So, and you can rejoin your friends and get drunker and drunker.
Getting the sand out of her hair, like, hey everyone.
Sorry.
Oh man.
Aaron
Neff
offers you a
nods.
fist bump, and Loran offers you a drink.
Fist bump and drink. Cass is like, this is exactly what I needed.
Yeah.
Aaron's like, maybe I approached the wrong person with my potion.
Oh my gosh.
I would also like to offer after Brian's koala, however you describe the dance. Do you want to offer a sober
Brian's
dance?
koala.
One sober dance to Slea, and kind of just. I'm just so happy for you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a journey, and I can't wait to see you work your way through it.
Yes. Yes.
Let's dance. All right. Can I roll? Can I just try roll to see like how well I do? I did well before, but
Yeah.
We might actually get to the Messiah, guys. This is going very well.
okay. One performance. Oh yes, Neff! Thank God. 19.
Nice.
19. It's a good dance. You guys sort of sway into the center. This song is a little bit slower, which means you can take your time with the steps. Even though you're not used to dancing Neff, you can get the hang of this one fairly easily. And it is a beautiful dance between the two of you. Two purple tieflings having a grand old time. It's very aesthetic. Eventually, people begin to leave the dance floor. And noticing the sort of crowd shift, you will take a step back as well. And on the dance floor, two women sort of just wave to the crowd, and they look at each other with a deeply loving gaze, and another song starts, a slightly upbeat tune, but
And
it
I
is slow enough for them to do a
had the time of my life.
Time of my life.
they start doing their song, and there's this like amazing lift where one of them just like throws the other one right up into the sky.
Whoa.
No. Well, and you get the impression these are the two women whose wedding this is. And it's at this point you start to realize, okay, literally only half the people here are guests and the other half are wedding crashers, and they don't really seem to mind. They seem to be enjoying every moment of attention that they're getting. And eventually everyone just fills in, and you get the impression this is like one final dance. And
I would like to lead Loran because tall.
of course, yeah, you can lead Loran all the way around. It's a wonderful time. And as the final crescendo hits and the band finishes playing, there's just a shower of fireworks at the end of the pier. And everyone cheers and raises one last glass.
Woo!
And the wedding party has been successfully crashed.
Yes.
And you guys can make your drunken way back to the High Solarian. Or you can stay
We
as long
have
as
to
you
get
like.
up at 4:30.
Yeah, it's about 9, maybe 9:30 p.m. at the moment. So you have a little bit of
Brian
sleep
reminds
time.
all of you.
Mhm.
4:30 sharp.
Yeah.
Must be up.
Duly noted.
And dressed and coiffed because we're going to a palace.
Mhm.
And not
So-
smelling of vomit or alcohol.
Speaking of everyone who is drinking heavily, can you just make me just one more constitution check, please? I think
Yes.
Loran would have been-
Oh, natural 20.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Oh no, Loran.
Oh no, Loran.
Oh no, no.
Oh no.
So long
Loran
since I rolled a natural 20. That was
beautiful. Okay.
Lovely.
Cass got a natural 20. Ulster
10.
10, and Bluey.
Oh, I was drinking medium.
Okay. I thought I saw you roll. Okay, so
Oh, sorry. Right. Okay.
Cass, you're alert. You've got such a strong liver, and your little break in drinking kind of sobered you up somewhat. Sobered you up enough to see that Loran and Ulster are just hanging off of each other. Like Ulster is like, T-sharp.
He's not really facing anyone when he says that.
Yeah, he's facing a wall.
Sharp.
And Loran is just like, when did we bring Shu with us? And just staring at the wall.
I think Cass is going to try and help guide them both.
Okay, you can like take a hand each, everyone.
Like, come on,
who is assisting.
let's go.
Getting them back.
Yeah, and Loran eventually just kind of like becomes a backpack on you, Ulster, and just like,
Can Ulster carry him? He doesn't get any strength.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
It was a 19 and now it's a 7. No, it's a 6. I don't have any pluses.
Oh.
They're falling down. You're going to have to do a dexterity save, Cass, to try and catch them.
You have to catch both of
man.
them,
Sorry, strength save.
That was cocked. Oh, strength. That's not a good roll, but 13.
I would say you are able to catch one of them, and you can pick which one you want to catch.
That's Brian.
There was no hesitation.
He's like face down and just starts rolling.
Brian's like, no.
I'm gonna have
Tries to grab Loren's arm and like drag him off.
I'm gonna have the babies one day, Ulster.
Okay.
Just rolling away. Let's have 17. 17.
How about
then we'll win
4?
4, and then we win. And he starts rolling on the ground. You manage to pick him up. And eventually you make your way back to the palace. And I mean, I don't think you've really sort of rooms established, and you don't have mansions anymore. So what's the sleeping situation you're going for?
There are comfy seats in the library, right?
Yeah, there are people who have to study 24 hours a day. So there are some
it's just like a normal library, like, you know.
Yep.
Especially
Library
uni libraries.
Yeah.
Just
in my second year of uni, my halls of residence that I was in first year had a huge blackout, and no one was allowed to sleep in there because it was like dangerous or whatever. So like I was in the library finishing an essay, and I saw like all like people from like first year like bringing duvets and pillows and just setting themselves up under tables, and I was like, this is surrealist. This is the most surreal thing. But that's what you guys are doing right now, and it makes a lot of sense. Making a little pillow forts under some tables in the library for most of you. Who is is everybody sleeping in the library?
I'd be.
I mean, there isn't another room, is there?
Sleeping
There's
space.
room, but
very happy.
Huh?
Yeah, there's Allstairs room, but at the moment.
But I wouldn't know. Not with
I'd
Valis
sleep
and
in the
Drowl in
library.
there. Yeah, I'd sleep in the library.
You all managed to nestle down into the library. Okay.
Just before Cass goes to sleep, though, she is going to have a little cry about Keon because she's been super sad all day, and so yes, she's just going to have a little cry before she falls asleep.
You have your little cry, and with that, you guys all manage to fall asleep soundly. You aim to wake up at 4:30. I'm gonna say because you were drinking, you wake up a little like 4:45. Like also, you suddenly wake up in a cold sweat. Like, oh no, it's time.
I'm gonna roll my Joshin to see how tall I am today.
Yes,
that's okay. Oh, I'm 5'8".
5'8". Yeah.
Not quite as powerful, but still powerful.
Still powerful.
If there's risk of anybody sleeping in too far. Since I wasn't really drinking, could I like maybe make sure that nobody sleeps in too long? Just wake people up.
Constitution check for me to wake up.
All right. Where is my con? It's at okay. All right.
Where is
Neff,
your
please.
Constitution check?
It's a 13.
A 13. You wake up on the dot 4:30.
Okay.
And it takes a little while to kind of get everyone rounded. So
Wake up! Wake up! Right.
Like, jogging gets Shu immediately. Shu has to come to the Messiah.
okay, all of you sort of like jogging to get ready. Ulster, as you sort of break into your room to summon Shu, you find Shu is still on the bed, and sort of just tucked in, like right at her side. You see Valus has just like taken one of her paws and sort of like pulled it over his shoulders, and like kneeling on the floor, but like his torso sort of like lying like head in hands on the bed. Jaral is just sleeping. His like kind of long hair is just covering his face, and they seem to be exhausted. They don't even stir when you enter the room. But Shu lifts her head. And
I just whisper,
hum. Shh. Shu. Shh. Shh. Yeah. She just sort of like looks at you, nods in understanding, and sort of pulls her paw away. And Valus just kind of reaches in his sleep, but finds bed sheets instead and rolls himself into a little funnel.
Make it to them.
And Shu just kind of like pads.
You roll yourself into a funnel.
A little funnel cake, like that.
Yeah. Like a
Oh, sorry. Okay, right. I see.
Yes. So, and Shu just kind of like nuzzles into you.
Brian's like, should I prepare Shu? And on the way down, he's just telling her that they're going to the Maasai and they need to be on their best behavior and everything's chill now and let's not eat father. Things like that.
When you say that, she's like, you get the impression she's like, not eat?
Not. You guys walk in on Brian just making intense like sign language and like occasional words at Shu.
They're like forehead to forehead and just like humming at each other like,
It looks like an argument, but it's very peaceful.
Yes. So as you all gather yourselves, dressing in your formal attire, whatever you have on you, formal attire.
Big coat. It's cold.
Yes.
Warm.
Is anyone?
The snuggie.
You guys all sort of still have your winterish coats on.
I got prince clothes, so I'm gonna put those on.
Cool. What is Loran? Loran says, I have some options, but what do you think I should do?
First, a coat. What are your style choices?
I do need to have my chest out, is the thing.
You know when you first met me and I had buttons up to here? That's kind of like the norm. If you have it any lower than here, it's not really formal setting. I mean, you can do what you want. Maybe you can have it here.
If you wanted the norm, you wouldn't have married me.
That's very true. I just don't want people to be mean to you because I'll be upset.
What's all still
But you're right. Oh, he hasn't got like up to here. He's probably got it like up to here.
Mm-hmm.
And a big fluffy coat.
I will wear a coat.
Anything under the coat, go wild.
I understand when you say go wild. It's not my interpretation of go wild. I'm getting used to that. I will try and be modest. And he kind of disappears behind the sort of changing screen, and comes out a moment later in like sort of his sort of like this like bright red sort of satin shirt, which is like undone like down to like his navel almost and tucked into his trousers. He has like a golden sort of sash, his sort of like go-to style. It's very decorative, very woven. A belt on top of it. He has a layer and then a coat, sort of like a kind of, well, he would have had to take the coat from you. So what does his coat look like? because he doesn't have any actual.
I had a picture of Brian's coat, but it's probably just like a classic, like,
yeah,
you know, like Game of Thrones, like big coat from the north.
Oh, he's just got. Oh my gosh, he's just got a huge fur cape on. I'm into it. Cool.
Oh god, yeah, he likes it a bit too much.
Yes, I can.
And Brian probably like pushes his hairs back, like braids the end, so it's like just off his face.
Into it. All right, let's go meet the in-laws again.
Okay. Except you haven't met my mother when she was your in-law, so this will be interesting.
Yes, I'm interested.
Oh, everyone, this is Shu's first return to the Maasai after my father banished and cursed her. So this will be fun.
That sounds
Cass,
intense.
do you remember when we were like, tearing our way through the gauntlet to save her? Wasn't that a fun time? So long ago. Muted, George. Muted.
So very long ago. I'm also just remembering the first time we ever went to the Maasai, and just like you waiting at the back of the hall, and I'm like not being, and all of that. So it's gonna be a different time. We're gonna walk in and be like, bitches in the house.
So good. I actually referenced that exact thing you're talking about in my notes, and have you by name written in here at one point. We'll get to that. So, as you all begin to make your way towards the teleportation circles that will take you to the Maasai, obviously this is a more of a niche teleportation. So Loran kind of takes charge here, and as he knows the teleportation circle, he inscribes it himself, and you're able to make your way from a shissel. That similar sensation of falling, but you don't really fall. And with a rush of wind, and a flash of magic, you arrive in the Ice Palace. You are in the regular room, which you were welcomed in the first time. You see a sort of like behind a plinth, in front of that book, which has a whole host of teleportation symbols in it, you've seen it before, is the white-haired figure of Slyan'ssun, who greeted you, Ulster, when you first came here. She looks less surprised than the first time. She jumps and she says, "Oh, Ulster, we were actually expecting you this time. And your entourage?" Yes.
Yes. He's like standing in front of Shu, but can't really hide Shu at all.
Yeah. You do see mostly the source of her surprise seems to be Shu, as she drifts over your party and drops her eyes up and down. Shu, but back to you, and her expression is still warm. It's just very confused. And she says, well, I can summon the guards and they can escort you right to your parents.
Of course.
And she just rings a small bell, and a moment later the doors are thrown open. There are two royal guards who bow to you and just motion for you to make your way. And it seems to be less of them leading you and more of an escort, as a prince would deserve. Although this is also already different from the very first time you were received here via teleportation. So, as you make your way out, physically the Ice Palace is pretty much unchanged. It's still a sort of a bright blue-green structure, ice all through and through, somewhat carved, somewhat natural, into pillars and wide halls and just these sweeping corridors.
I'm gonna find my old soundtrack for the Ice Palace from season 1 and drop that in the chat.
Amazing. I love that one. As you make your way through, the royal guards sort of lead you up to double doors, and there are people here. There are courtiers, there are nobles, there are just household who are walking through, and everybody, Cass in particular, this is the bit where I mentioned you by name, you do notice, whilst the physicality of this palace hasn't changed, the atmosphere does seem to be remarkably different. Where once people whispered behind their hands at the sight of Ulster, now they offer the occasional bow, and some even kind of acknowledge him, calling out his title and respect as he passes. It's not yet all-encompassing. Not everybody does it. but the level of respect shown to Allstate has certainly increased since the last time you were here.
Cass is gonna like stand a bit taller and be like, it's like a very proud smile, and she's just like, yeah, that's right. He's the prince. She doesn't obviously say those things, but that's like the kind of tone that she's looking at, like, yeah. You bow to him.
Of course. And people notice it. People take notice. They also seem to take notice of the large beast, beast sort of form of Shu, who is trailing
We have
around.
courage.
Courage is just kind of always with you. Just assume.
Cool.
Hiding in
Always
Blue's
on my
hair.
head.
No,
Yep. He's like those, like, you know,
under Blue's chin.
Professor McGonagall in Harry Potter once just had like a crow that was her hat, and that's what it's kind of like. It's just kind of like courage is just sitting on.
It looks like a hat.
Like a little hat.
Or a frill.
I once drew a frill neck dragonborn for there was a D&D podcast that I really liked, and I became friends with the cast of it, and I went to meet them when they did a D&D event, and I gave them this there's this NPC who's really, really great, and is a dragonborn who just always screeches, and so frill neck I felt was
I've seen that drawn and I've never known the context.
It's
Oh my gosh.
what's his name? Yeah. Oh,
I just love his like worried expression, like, and then that's real. Sorry. Oh,
Highly relatable.
Love
so
it.
good.
Findex.
Oh,
Findex.
Findex.
That's it. That's a great term.
While I remember,
yes.
sorry, can I
That's okay.
quickly just ask Brian? Brian, what's your mum's like full title? Like, what should I sort of address her as? Sort of thing. If I don't know.
Well, Your Majesty tends to be the normal one.
All right. Is it?
Yeah, don't use her name. I don't think.
Okay, right. Okay.
Didn't I call like roll me Mr. Brian's dad at some point?
Mr. Brian's
You
dad.
did, and then you said, "Oh my god!"
And we danced. Actually, we danced together.
How should I address you?
You shouldn't.
Don't.
Oh yeah, something like that. And I think Lily, can we please find a way to get that in the book? I think it would be great.
Yeah. Don't.
Anyway, as you all are making your way through, like I said, you do notice that eyes seem to linger on Shu in particular. And they do kind of drop down occasionally to your party. And Ulster, Loran kind of like steps to your side and says, look, I actually do kind of want to make a good impression for you, for your sake. Is there anything you recommend?
I don't want you to pretend to be something you're not. So as long as you're respectful, if you're yourself, that's fine with me.
Okay, then you won't mind if I do this again. And he just pops his chin on your shoulder and says, I couldn't do it yesterday. I can only resist this long.
Brian just puts his hand in Lauren's hair, gives it a ruffle.
You kind of extract yourselves from each other, and again, looks are plentiful at all of you. Slya, Neff, Bluey, and Cass. Making your way through, are you as well sort of like dressed up as Ulster is, or are you kind of just in as whatever cloaks mishmash you could find?
I have put Cass's like leather jumpsuit on. She's got a big fur coat. Yes. She's back to like that outfit. She's changed from her like kind of flowy Feywild stuff, but she's looking on point.
Okay, you've
got her barbed wire circlet back on.
You've just inherited like a million gold from husband number 3. Great. Neff, Slyer, and Bluey, much of the same?
I think I'd be, if my hair has returned back to normal, then I'd be adorning my regular, very dark pantsuit, Temple of Death attire, as I am technically representative, so might as well wear the appropriate wear there.
Okay, cool. With cloak, I'm assuming, to keep warm. It's very cold.
With cloak.
Okay. Slyer and Lucifer? Lucifer.
Look, I mean, I think
it's more of the same. Yeah.
No, I think if people are making an effort, then Blue wouldn't wear the Snuggie just yet. On the outside.
I think Brian would have said maybe not the Snuggie.
So I guess a sort of like melas green like cloak thing. Maybe the Snuggie underneath if she can still hide it
you have
somehow.
A Snuggie layered with the dragon as your kind of collar holding everything together. And the warmth of courage kind of just wrapped around your shoulders in itself is enough to kind of, counteract any coldness that the lack of furs brings you.
Like her nicest possible like sweaters and like wraps underneath her cloak.
Cool. The reason I ask is because everybody here seems to be in a very uniform blue, grey, white, silver kind of color scheme. And just except for Ulster, just about. Considering he's a prince, he's sort of like by nature stands out. All of you just look like the circus coming to town in the most like dapper, well-dressed way possible. And people just part like the Red Sea for you. And the guards escort you forwards up to a set of double doors that leads straight to the throne room. Ulster.
Okay, Brian's going first this time.
Yes. Okay. You enter in, and the court appears to be in fairly full session. First things first, you see both your parents sitting at the end of the room in their respective thrones on equal levels. In front of them, there are courtiers lining the edges of the walls. There are people sort of queuing up as though waiting for an audience with either of them or both. It seems now that the first stage of the migration is finished, some noble families have made their way back to the palace to take stock of supplies, discuss the next stages as you're just kind of listening into their conversations. Next stages in the sort of migration process, any problems they might have had along the way. And a few of them continue sort of voicing their thoughts as you enter in, but slowly there's a sort of a hush sort of comes across the crowds, and your parents look up and they catch eyes with you. Your father giving you a nod, and your mother a small smile. And your father sort of just like silences one of the courtiers with a hand and says, We will continue these discussions at a later date. Until then, my son has returned. And he stands up. Looking around the room, Ulster, you notice Lucas as well. He is standing at the far end of the room, just on the left of your family. He is surrounded by people who appear to be younger nobles, his age, men, women, people of sort of mostly elven and elven human mixed descent, and they are all sort of standing at his sides. And they're dressed very similarly, and he just nods to you, gives you a smile, a small bow, even. And you can approach your parents. The nobles will make way for you.
Can we get to the front and then attempt to bow again, with hopefully people not falling on the floor?
Sure thing. You can make your way all the way to the front, and there is no obstruction for you as you make your way. You do hear, as you fully enter into the throne room, and people get a better look at you, and they see Shu, whispers that remind you of a time many years ago when people first saw her as well. And how
when I hear the whispers, I'm going to look in the general direction that they're coming from, and I'm going to glare, and I'm going to roll an intimidation check.
Hell yeah!
Like, shut!
Do it.
What is my intimidation plus? I think it's 7. Let me just double check. Oh no, my intimidation was higher than I thought it was. Nice. That's a nice bonus. But if it's in that one, it's just going to be 19.
19. silence immediately from the direction you're looking in, and it seems to be just a few older courtiers who are gathered by the door who have a sort of sour expression looking at you. The moment they see your face, they just kind of look away and like avert their eyes, kind of disturbed almost by the violence in your gaze.
Can I hold up a hand and just look at Rolmy? Because I think Brian wants to say a very small thing.
Rolmy looks up at Shu and then looks down. And just nods. And Sharp Pistol nods as well.
I think he's going to look around at the people in the room. He's going to say, she is not a tame beast. She comes with us willingly, as an equal. I know you may have your preconceptions, but please, wait to judge her. And me.
And there's a little silence around the room. So make a quick persuasion check for me, please.
Good. 6. 19.
19.
The 6 always gets me.
There are some uncertain looks, but nobody voices anything. Though, as you kind of expected, Lucas sort of just nods along with you and makes sure that anyone who seems to sort of like come up to him or look to him for guidance knows that he stands with you as well.
Lucas.
Good boy. Okay. You can continue your approach. Both your parents stand as you reach the foot of sort of like steps which lead up to where their thrones are. You look down and just wait.
Bow.
Do we bow?
You all bow.
All bow.
I'm going.
Slayer hits the floor.
I'm going to say you've done this before. It's a bow. It's not your first rodeo. Therefore, I will allow you all to just bow, however extravagantly, as well, poorly as you like. So, I'll take it you all do just a standard bow unless you explain otherwise.
However poorly we like. That's an interesting.
I
I'm
will...
just gonna bow normally.
Okay. Left bows normally. Everyone you just kind of give a bow, and Loran does obviously a little extra flourish. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A little extra flourish. And also you come up just a little bit earlier, and you do see his shirt is it's just so deep, such a deep V. He does not seem at all perturbed by this.
Is anyone looking at Loran, or are they all too distracted by Shu?
At first, it appeared they were all too distracted by Shu, but once you'd kind of settled their thoughts about that, there are plenty of eyes on him. Nobody really knows his association with you, other than maybe the few who did see him sort of pop his chin on your shoulder. But even that is what that is up to speculation. There's just curious glances. Some glances down to his chest. Confusion.
Brian just takes his arm in like the formal position, so he's like holding onto Loran's arm.
Mm-hmm. At that, then there is whispers.
Come at me, bro.
And Romy says, "It's been some time. You farewell."
For the most part, speaking for myself. Don't know what that was.
And my son-in-law, you farewell.
You farewell as in get out.
He walks away. No. And Loran just says, "I'm doing pretty well. Thank you. See, I'm on my best behavior." And Sharp Pistol says, "Well, to answer your request earlier, we've set aside some time. Shall we? If there's nothing else you'd like to say to the court."
Can I just read the room? Can I roll a general insight check?
Sure.
13.
13. This is just be giving you a chance if you wanted to say anything to address people more than you've already done about speaking to Shu. Then this is a good time to do it. The room seems to be curious, confused, intrigued, a little bit shocked by Loran.
How much time we're not in a rush, are we? to like leave from the
Doesn't-
side,
you-
technically.
You're in as much of a rush as you want to be.
Okay. I think Brian might stop and say, if there is any time later and anyone has any questions for myself and my husband, I would be delighted to talk to anyone who is willing. And he bows and goes off to his parents.
Lauren follows, and the rest of you as well. You make your way outside. Roll me only escorts you to the door, and then kind of nods to Sharp Pistol and then turns to you all and says, I believe I can't particularly help you in the matters with which you wish to discuss, but if you do need me, I'm in the throne room.
I might briefly come back later anyway, so
we can speak then in depth. Okay. And you make your way following Sharp Pistol, and she leads you to a sort of a back room on an offshoot of the throne room. You've been here before. This is the room where you received your gift of money from her. Allstare. It's the room which you sort of mostly hung out in the first time you were in the Maasai, when you smashed on Nevin in the kitchen's nest. It brings back some memories, but today it's been set up.
That was great.
That was a good time. Today it's been set up less as a office and more as a more relaxed seating arrangement. And she takes a pew and motions to the other chairs around her. Sit where you like. I'm not exactly certain of what to expect from this, but I understand you have questions, and I want to answer them the best that I can for you, to assist you in any way. She just sort of pricks her fingers, and someone comes running in, a server, sort of tray laden with teas, some sort of very small snacks. Says, you've come a long way, but I don't think it took too long. So if you do need food or drink, please help yourself.
We have breakfast.
No, we didn't.
Did you have your bran flakes?
Did you have your bran flakes today?
Sorry.
The most important meal of the day.
Not all bran. As you take your seats sort of haphazardly around the room, take drinks and so on, Sharp Pistol kind of sits up and says, well then, let's have a little conversation, shall we? And I want to take a break here so that I can go get some Wasser. And it's also perfect timing for me to really quickly eat some food. So
Sounds good.
Food.
Just like 5 minutes, and then we can come back.
Okay.
Olgie,
Sounds good. Make tea in that time.
Woo! All right.
Boom
I love how
audio.
a 5-minute
Boom
break
cameras.
turns into 20
minutes.
minutes. Yeah.
Mm.
Right then. So Sharpest still sits you down, looks at you all expectantly. I'll answer whatever I can to help you. Or tell me what you need to tell me.
Brian's looking at Bluey like, do you want me to go first?
Yeah, this is kind of Bluey's time to shine, if she wanted to.
Sorry. Okay. I finished my biscuit. I'm sorry.
Also,
This is happening in game. She's shoving a biscuit in her mouth.
I guess also can introduce it if you want to slowly eat your biscuit.
Sure thing.
It's okay. I think he's just looking at Bluey and then at his mum. He says, so, I suppose you need to know, I don't want to bring any trouble here, but we're still having difficulties with Karul. He's being incarcerated in the Feywild, but the city court aren't handling it in a way that we technically agree with. And we need some backup plans, and also to make sure that in his imprisonment, his plans are not being carried out, either in the material plane or elsewhere. Bluey seems to have uncovered some information, and I think she has some questions for you. So I'll,
if she's finished her biscuit.
if she's finished her bit, I believe she'll be able to.
Sorry.
Well, obviously I am open to hearing anything you can tell me about Karul. I'm a little apologetic. Obviously, we didn't deal with him the right way the first time.
Well, executing him in the end wouldn't have been successful.
Perhaps now, back then, you can only guess. Regardless, Louis, you may speak.
Sorry, Majesty. I had.
Emma's just like, Your Majesty, I'll take it.
I had done a bit of research on the dragon plagues, and especially because Melas, where I'm from, the deity
One of the things that's
Carmentrand, there's been a ritual that when everyone becomes an adult in the town, they go through, and it is supposedly not how it should be, and it was changed about 500 years ago, coinciding with the kind of end of that. Anyway, in the research I kind of found that you had been a sort of key source. What is it? Sorcerers.
Leobarus?
Leobarus. Paladins. Oh fuck! What's the term?
Player. I admit, yes, I was one of those called upon to answer the threat of dragons on the material plane. Your question, your concern is broad. Where would you like me to begin?
It is.
What information do you need?
I guess. What?
If it
There's
helps,
any.
if it helps, I can just break down my experience. Might be a little long-winded.
That would be helpful.
Shuffles 5 pages of notes.
No. All the way back up to those.
I mean, especially if Carmentrand rings a bell. Melas, that part of the prayer. It's a teary, sort of weeping deity woman.
Tears, tearing, these things don't mean too much to me.
Or like a very insular town that like wants to.
Elas means something to me.
Oh, okay. Right.
Let me
Yes.
explain. You know, and she addresses all of you, that the dragon plague swept over the earth approximately just over 500 years ago. And how I got involved, it's fairly straightforward. When the chromatic dragons began their campaign northward, and the threat of the ice desert thawing became increasingly real, I answered a summons. Obviously from Leobaros himself. It is not something I've spoken of in length, not even to my close family. It was a taxing and frankly difficult time for me. People who I fought alongside, more than half perished or disappeared. He did call but a few, 7 in total, 7 paladins, and himself. He used our power to perform a sealing ritual of sorts. As I was a disciple of Sylvanus then, I was quite adept with a blade and druidic magics, innate magics. I could offer him some support for that. The sealing ritual itself was directed towards a tear in reality that Leobaros had identified. It was through this that these dragons were escaping from their home planes and entering our own. That is not common knowledge. I do not believe any of you would have come across that before. Most people only know up to the paladins and Leobaros fighting off the dragons from the shores of Aprea. That is not exactly how it happened. We feared that if this tear in reality was left open, then the Dragon Queen herself might be able to break through. I assume you know of Tiamat.
Yes.
I know that Aprea has an interesting take on her religion, or at least it used to. I believe you two, she looks to you, Cass, and you, Ulster, had a hand in changing that. We believed the Dragon Queen might be able to make her way through. We decided it was best to seal this rift. Rift, tear, rip, call it what you like. Amongst our number was a drow matriarch, a follower of the Triad. The Triad is it's 3 aspects of the moon, worshipped in tandem. She was a learned individual who had spent many years pursuing the origins of the plague. And she believed, and we helped her come to this conclusion, that there may have been a correlation between concentration of various arcane materials being strong magical conduits or even active items of a magical nature. A correlation between them and these rips in reality. It was difficult to figure out our next step. But
Is anyone else just like, oh shit?
Leobaros is a smart man, or was a smart man. And he determined eventually that If the rips were being opened using arcane materials, then we could close them in a ritual harnessing power from those same arcane materials, reversing it, reversing the effect, and sealing the rift. Like I said, you know the story. Paladins fighting from the shores of a prayer. And that is not how it happened. The ritual, it would have been taxing, complex. Only those with a strong enough constitution and a deep arcane understanding could cast it. Amongst our number, only Cassiel and Leoberos met that criteria. Cassiel was the name of the matriarch. So, Leoberos and Cassiel sailed west, as close as they could get to these rips in reality. Meanwhile, the rest of us, 6 in total, were stationed in a prayer, each with a magical conduit, which would be used in the ritual. We kept them far apart. They didn't need to be close. God, I feel like I'm just getting right into all of your theories right now. We kept them far apart. They did not need to be close. In fact, keeping them together would have been detrimental to our task. We just needed them to act as beacons, which Leoberos could use to amplify his own magics and simultaneously draw the dragons that had escaped towards the tears. Of course, dragons aren't any common beast. You may not have lived through an age where they existed, but when they did, they were cunning, sly. They targeted villages. They targeted royalty, seats of power, and they infiltrated them. We knew the dragons would come for us because they knew we were plotting against them. They had eyes everywhere. They targeted us while Leoberos and Cassiel performed the ritual. I defended my conduit with my life. And at that, she just tucks a little bit of hair behind her ear, grazing the circlet as she does. I stood vigil for 3 days and 3 nights. Before at last, the night sky on the western shores screamed with dragon fire. And the dragons that were attacking me began to flee. The ritual was complete. But the fight didn't end there. This part has been subsumed into the legend. They say that all of us fought on the shores of a prayer. They say that because when Leoberos returned to Eldrelith's watch, he returned alone to face, well, Eldrelith, the dragon. You've seen his body, I'm sure. Petrified. A gargantuan beast. It seemed quickly apparent to us that the ritual had sealed most of the rifts, most of the dragons, that it wasn't foolproof. Eldrelith, commander of the dragon forces, remained in a prayer. Leoberos scorched the earth to down him and, in his weakened state, lost his own life in the process. And Cassiel never returned. I made it home. Clearly. But just barely. I was pursued not by dragons, but by people. People who unified under the banner of the Dragon Queen. They desired the power that I had wielded. And once they learnt of it, they disseminated that information amongst the deplorable people of the world, and the beacons entered into legend as well. The battle only made it as far as the shores of Escos. Did not reach from the side. And I mentioned that so far I've mentioned only 2 who have died. But there were more. 2, beyond their number, passed away. And you mentioned Melas. One of us was stationed in the northernmost reaches of Aprea. I believe the city had that same name. We never heard from them again. And we never found a body. Felt something that day. When that almighty scream sounded from the west, there was a tremor, a shock wave, so large I was thrown. I couldn't even tell you how far. The throw itself almost killed me. And when I looked up, it exploded in color to the north. The only thing I can liken it to, an alchemic reaction. As though 2 beacons had been crashed together, 2 conduits, 2 of these arcane materials. But I never saw anything like that, so that is speculation on my part. I know Melas is to the north. I know that is where I lost one of our number. And I know I saw something strange there. I don't know if anything of what I'm saying is ringing bells to any of you, answering questions that you didn't know you had.
Everyone's just like...
But this is information that is hard for me to talk about. So I hope you forgive me for not mentioning it until this point. And I do hope it is useful to you.
I think Cass might reach into the bag of coding and be like, was this one of the conduits? Oh, you
Don't bring it out. Don't bring anything out. Brian puts his hand out like, don't.
Okay.
No. And he points to the circlet and then to the bag. And he's like,
okay.
I think I know. If you bring 2 of those out, you'll create a reaction in here.
In an unchecked environment, we did do some tests with as strong magical items as similar as we could get, and some using our own beacons. The reactions were varied. They weren't always the same, but they were always strong. If you have a beacon on you right now, whatever it is, keep it away.
Okay.
If you can. I don't know how you would have acquired such a thing.
Oh, shit.
But if you need me to examine it, find a way for me to examine it at a distance.
Yeah, if I won't be able to...
Big microscope.
I wouldn't be able to give it to you anyway. It won't let me.
It won't let
you.
We also have the shield. We have the shield and the sword, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way the bag of colding works, it's an extra dimensional space, but each separate item is put to its own pocket dimension. So as far as you know, putting things in there.
The shield's in the bag of holding, I think.
Okay. As far as
It's
you
in
know,
a different bag.
very fine. But the bag of holding, they're designed to sort of hold fairly standard magical items. These things are of an obscene amount of power. You guys can gather that information. Pushing these limits might begin to show wear and tear, and you can examine that. You can.
I don't think I have the shield because
it's the other.
yeah.
I think it's
not.
Louis got that one in the bag.
Sharpistol doesn't know all the details, does she? She doesn't quite realize, like...
This is her story as she understands it.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't know, unless you've told her about beacons, all the beacons you're looking for, unless you've told her about Paynite, unless you've told her about anything at all.
Okay.
I mean, I said Paynite while she was talking.
Paynite, yeah. But like, as in about what you intend to do with it, or what you're looking for it for, the reason. That's
right, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
So, did anyone have a conduit which was a sword? It kind of talks.
I can try and list them for you.
That would be really good.
Give me a moment. It's been quite some time.
The sword is quite aggressive.
Wait. Before we go through this list, can we go to a secure area just to make sure nobody's listening to this?
Sanctum?
Loran, yes, please.
Sanctums have so many uses.
Oh, wow.
Not sanctum. A circlet. Certainly. Sword and shield.
Cloak?
A cloak, yes. But 2 went with... Well, no. 1 went with Leoberos and Cassiel. I believe that was the cloak. I'm struggling to remember.
A book?
Book. Perhaps. I certainly remember those. At least those. A cloak, a sword, a shield, a circlet. At least 3.
I mean, these are all worn things or carried things.
Yeah, this is like outfitting one person
ring?
very spectacularly.
Pants?
Shoes?
Some socks,
The
perhaps?
I'm just going to check if she knows of any others.
Some underwear?
Some underwear.
A bra beacon?
Can you imagine?
Remind me what
Breaking.
you have the sword,
Sword.
the shield.
Mm-hmm.
The tome we lost.
We don't have
Elijah
that.
has that.
You did retrieve another from the
What
tomb.
was it?
The dragon eye.
No, there was something from the death tomb.
There's something from the tomb.
What was that?
I'm just reading.
That was a shield, wasn't it? And the
That was
mask?
the shield with the death mask.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, that's already happened. Yep, yeah, that's the same one. That was my mistake.
Same one.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure the death mask wasn't a beacon.
So
that
what's the
wasn't
cloak?
it. No.
Yeah.
Where's
No.
the cloak come into it? Because I've obviously been absent for a bit.
The cloak of the Star Martyr, I think it is.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is
So-
Cassiel.
Wait, Cassiel, the Star Martyr, maybe?
Maybe.
Hey.
Probably in Feyways.
Cassiel.
Yes.
You remember that name as though in a dream. Make an intelligence check for me. And yes, you guys only know about those items. You have the sword,
Wait,
shield.
see what's my intelligence. Come on, baby. 16.
16. Long ago, months back now, Alan visited you in a dream vision. And he told you, beware of Cassiel, for she will undo everything we have worked towards.
That means we trust Cassiel and we find Cassiel.
This was
Yes, that's right, Cassiel.
this was back in the day.
Okay. So when no, when she said Cassiel, I'm gonna be like, oh.
I don't. Oh. Brian's like looking at the circle and he's looking at the group and he looks distressed suddenly.
Loran
Just
puts
like-
her hand on you and says, if you have thoughts, this is the time to speak them.
I mean, I said I didn't want to reveal things that could bring trouble, but I think trouble is already going to be brought here because of that. And he points at the circlet. Because that's intrinsically involved in what we've been doing.
I thought it was only a matter of time. I wouldn't lie to you. These beacons, these objects, they didn't hold this status until we used them in the ritual. We brought with us items of extreme magical power, each of us. Anything that we could. And this was the contribution from the Messiah. The exact delivery of this, as you know, it must stay on the head of the monarch. It was complex, but we managed it. And in the time when it was absent from our country, we felt its absence. Migration was difficult. The tornado season lasted longer. The blizzards were harsher. It symbolizes a promise between us and Sylvanus. A promise you intend to break, if I understand. But a promise nonetheless. When I say that, it is not a judgment on you, just so you understand. This is just the reality of what it is. It is a stabilizer for us. And if anybody comes with the intention to take it, we will defend it.
Can I just point out a really fun bit of Druid lore that's in there? Because I was reading about Druids the other day, is that they did used to have like human sacrifices for like nature and stuff. And Brian's like, no, we're bringing in neo-Druidism now. No more sacrifices to Sylvanus. We're not doing that.
Oh,
so he's like, sacrifice? We're doing an advancement, I think.
I wonder why the circlet was designed this way. I did a little research before I got too into the Messiah.
I don't think Brian's going to argue the breaking your promise. He's pretty used to being roasted by his parents. But he's going to be like, yes, that is all fair. But the thing with the circlet is that people are definitely going to come here and try and take that from you. And one of those people, very likely, is going to be Karul or his lackeys. And I think maybe someone else in the group or multiple people has figured out that maybe the thing that Karul wants to do is, undo what was done back then and release the dragons and release Tiamat by getting these beacons and reopening the rifts. Does anyone else come to that conclusion, or was that just me sitting there like,
Loran said, well,
yeah,
really,
definitely.
I had the impression that he wanted to raise the world to ash, and this would be a very apt way to do it.
Yeah.
Putting two beacons together.
Bringing dragons down and getting them to... That, I hate that.
Where was the big rift, basically?
I'm such a stupid DM. Have you ever heard of the continent? Well, this is a silly question. Of course we have.
Feyways?
Feyways.
It wasn't always so perilous. 500 years ago, More than 500 years ago, actually. There were plans. Once a prayer was formed, we planned to move west, but it was difficult. And it was slow. And then the rifts opened. As though fate was frowning down upon us. The Dragon Plague began, and it was a pandemic that swept the earth. We managed to fight them back to the western reaches and assembled in prayer. It seemed symbolic as well as practical. The newest country that had been formed would be where the final stand took place. But like I said, it was not foolproof, and its effects meant that Feyways became inaccessible to as a society. If you intend to fix what is breaking before our eyes, then you will need to do something stronger than what we did.
Oh no.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
We're in trouble. Someone's come along and they burst our bubble.
I have two more questions.
Oh, I can see the cows again.
Nice.
Classic England.
Wait, did
Yeah,
you say clouds or cows?
cows.
I can see the
Oh.
clouds.
I'm not where I'm supposed to be. What was the last thing you guys heard? You gotta do something stronger or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, let me just get back into my sharpest voice.
Him.
You need to do something stronger.
Mother? Oh, what have you become?
I don't know. A female Corvius, it seems.
Oh no.
Boy.
Boy. Female Corvius says girl to everyone.
Bye.
Oh my god.
I felt bad about that actually a little bit for Blue. But
Look, Blue's fine. She's just a bit confused.
Blue just constantly like, huh? What?
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, man. Where are we? Come on, DC. Open up. Open up. Right. I really hope this conversation is satisfying some of your narrative plot twist thread things. Aelin and Lily.
Aelin is just like absolutely.
Who
All
could
of
have
the
guessed
pieces.
the person you needed all the information from was there, just sitting up in an eyefelt? No.
God damn it, sharper still.
Oh, it's quite an echo.
So
Yeah.
And a delay.
It's
it might
Emma.
be me. I'm gonna kind of.
I don't think reconnect it. She needs to unplug it and replug everything.
Yeah.
Emma, can you replug your headphones just to be safe?
Better.
Dankeschön.
Sounds
Yes.
like it.
You'll need to do something stronger, is what she said. Loran says, as he's been sitting quietly, kind of absorbing all this information, he said, as the resident arcanist here, wizard, learned man, etc., etc., I have some thoughts. Let's just say, if Castiel and Leoberos both died, I know we don't know about
Dale
Castiel.
didn't.
Okay, that was very strong.
Sorry.
I'm going to get to the end of my thought process, but we're going to get back into that.
Slya just excuses from the room. I'm sorry, that was a bit strong.
Laurenti just says, I'm going to get to the end of my thought process, but we're going to unpack that in a moment because that was very intense. If Castiel supposedly went missing and Leoberos died, then surely any knowledge of this summoning ritual died with them. If you couldn't recite it, if you can't replicate it, then we're going to have to come up with something completely new. And Sharpistol replies, it is my belief that this particular sealing ritual has been lost to us. But that doesn't mean similar magics don't exist. Tearing open reality. Oh boy. Tearing open reality, creating arcane spaces. It's certainly possible, in theory. I mean, you have arcane spaces on you, just a lesser version of them. You walk through planes that is similar to what we do. And those planes, those openings to those planes close behind you. You teleported here. You teleport around. Loran replies, I know it's possible to travel through planes. I mean, trust me. To send magic through planes, we can send sending spells. If Karul is aiming for this, then I have first-hand knowledge that he hasn't harnessed that ability. At least
But
yet.
he's not trying to replicate the ritual. He's trying to take down the ritual. He's trying to take down the seal.
Right. But what I mean is, if he's looking for other ways through which he can access these arcane spaces or access these rifts, tear open reality, move in these planes, in between these planes, I don't think he has the ability to do that yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
He hasn't harnessed the ability to travel between extra-dimensional spaces or infiltrate others. This is my reasoning. He couldn't access my own pocket dimension to take the purple stone from me. He had to do that in a roundabout way. Uses other magics. Use my mind to force my hand. Did we reveal this information to the others? He looks over to Ulster. About the mind control situation. That might have
I think
been
it was mentioned briefly.
briefly, right, yeah. Mind control vaguely happened. But
On our wedding night.
Yeah. That was a while ago. But he couldn't do it then. He's been captured by the Feywild for this long. I don't believe that Karul himself could do that now. So what I'm saying
What about
is,
Elijah?
What about Elijah?
Well, I imagine he is equally,
yes,
if not more powerful.
Exactly. We have time on our side. He hasn't got the ability to escape his confines, but like I said, yet. That's the key word, I mean. And I think we know. Louis? There's something up with Melas.
Mm-hmm. Your Majesty,
Yes.
do you know what the name of... Well, you said that the shockwave sort of came from up north, near Malus, probably.
If my prayer of knowledge is up to date, if my knowledge of prayer, if my knowledge of prayer is up to date, in that area, there is mountain ranges, the far reaches of a sunken city, and Melas. Only.
I'm just gonna consult the map.
Okay, there is a place called the Sunken City, but it's mostly on the other. It's a little bit further away than what she's referring to. So you get the impression that if anything, it's
Probably Melas.
Melas, definitely.
Okay, but sorry, that's not okay. But one of the paladins was up there, right?
Yes.
What was their name?
Name of that one. The name of that one, in particular, was Zoltan von Biro.
Zoltan.
Ooh, he's on the kill list, right? So I think he might not be dead.
What's the last name again? Sorry.
Von Biro.
Von Bureau.
Zultan space VON space BIRO.
Bureau.
Von Biro.
Fun fact: I stole that name from real life. So my parents knew someone called Zoltan von Biro in university, and that name has
No
stuck.
way.
Once I heard it, that name stuck with me, and I wish I could see them now. Apparently, they were real wacky. Like they often
That's
compared
fun,
him to Tommy Wiseau. So I want to know.
I hope the real I hope the Zoltan von
I hope he
Bureau
lived
in
up
this
to
game is like that. Yeah. Question for Cass, because I know we mentioned the underdog.
Apart. Literally, my reality.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
Question for Cass.
Yeah.
You know how we discussed sending a message to Pico Taro about Sai? Did anyone do that?
I thought. Oh.
Oh no, we didn't, did
It
we?
never went past the discussion phases. I remember you talking.
Okay. We said he was in the Green Sea, correct?
You saw him entering the Green Sea, and because of
No, but someone else looked at him.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure, and found him in the Green Sea.
Yep.
Maybe we should get Pico Taro looking for him, as in braiding, maybe, to find him, because if he's in the Green Sea / killing people on a list and looking for beacons, it would be a good idea to have him imprisoned.
Yes.
Quickly. Does anyone want to send a message to Pico Taro who can? Anyone? Please.
I can do this. Unless there's somebody else who wants to give it a go.
Whoever can do it the quickest.
Best track.
I think it'd be good from but Pico Taro knows
he knows
that.
Yeah, he knows me. I have a reputation.
Yeah, Slayer just gestures to Loran. Like,
what am I saying?
Well, put your own flair on it as usual, but we need a man called Sai. Does he have a surname? He looks Cass.
I don't think he does. He's always just been Sai.
Sai.
Did we? I don't have. Did we?
I gave him one, and it was real high fantasy bullshit. Hang on.
Sai blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Hang on. You know what? He's getting one now. Give me 3 seconds.
Baby name generator.
Size name. No, I got fantasy name generator.
It has to be something related to like Sai, the singer.
Yeah, because that's like honestly just all I came from.
You will get a Korean name then.
I just love how like a lot of the names.
Bad idea.
A lot of the names just feel like yes.
Sai style.
Yes. Gangnam.
Sai Gangnam.
I just thought of a really bad one, which is not going to be it.
Soju. Sai Soju.
What about Sai Billion? Because he was the first to get 1 billion views. That's stupid.
Or Saiju.
George, you can choose.
Oh no,
it's pretty good.
I quite like Saiju because it's kind of like Soju.
Saiju.
Oh.
Saiju.
Okay, Saiju.
Okay.
Saiju.
Back to the fantasy. We need him apprehended.
Mm-hmm.
Danger to the material plane.
We can
Preferably
say that with
apprehended alive.
full confidence now. Okay, I'm ready. Traces.
He's very dangerous.
Symbol. Extra, hear all about it. We need a man named Sai, Jew, to be apprehended, hopefully alive. And he's very dangerous, not nice, probably doesn't dress very well, probably has a murderous glare. That's it.
I'm just going to also pop a scry. I'm just going to scry on Sai.
A scry and Sai? Do a Sai scry?
Sai
Scry.
We are in the sanctum still, though.
Yeah, you'd have to go outside for that, I think. Oh, have you done
he'll
before? Okay, yeah.
He'll go outside.
You go outside and you sort of try and settle in and kind of try and get that connection. And unfortunately, you are unable to make a link with him. Either being dead or he is resisted.
Alright. Okay. Come back in. Well, Mother, you need more. I know you're very protected here. You need more protection as much as possible. Because if anyone takes that off your head, it's bad. And I feel like it's going to happen at some point. I'm not articulating myself very well because I am slightly scared.
Are you scared? Are you scared on my behalf?
Yes, and also if it's Karul coming after you, I'm very, very scared.
She kind of wrings her hands together a moment and then reaches out and just kind of hesitantly puts a hand on yours and then clasps your hand between hers. I know we don't do this kind of thing, but
touching
in this instance, it seems appropriate. We'll stare. I was powerful enough then as a disciple of Sylvanus. I'm not someone with as much hubris as to believe I am undefeatable, but I've surrounded myself with competent allies, all of you included. I trust your judgment. I will strengthen what I can, where I can, but do not be fearful for me. Seek out the truth and seek out this justice in any way that you can.
Your Majesty.
Yes.
When seeking out new guards and people, and maybe just as a matter of course, you should check for a symbol on anyone's body, which is an eye. If they have that symbol, they are potentially a vessel for Alan or Karul, should anything happen. So,
did you know he made his own son into a vessel? Sorry.
That must have been hard for you to understand and comprehend.
Sorry.
Ouch, that hurt.
Yeah.
But yes, I would just be on the lookout for it.
Can you draw it for me, please? Yeah, you draw it for her. You draw it for her. And it looks, because you have seen it before. You've seen it on people who've been possessed, people who've had these sort of things happen to them. I think it's basically this. I'm not looking at the exact one, so this might be a little bit off, but that's basically what it looks like. So, when you show her that, she nods and says, I will spread this amongst the people who need to know. I'm sorry I can't be of more assistance, but I hope what information I have given you will prove useful. Is there anything else that I need to know? That we might need to know? That you haven't yet disclosed to us?
Bluey.
I guess trying to like look at the group.
Well, if we are going to disclose, is that what you're trying? Ryan's like trying to insight, but even Bluey's too hard for his third eye. He's like,
Bluey, what do you wish to say?
Excuse me.
It's okay. Take your time.
The order of the that's definitely like hunky dory. There's no worries there, is there?
I think what Bluey's trying to say is that we are part of an organization that is trying to, well, we kind of pissed off the leader. We're tracking the beacons, and I think you already know why, and you already know what Karul and Alana are planning to do with them. So as long as you are prepared for the potential end of the world if we fail, that's about it, really. That's the kind of the weight that's on us at the moment and everyone else in the material plane. I think he's starting with the material plane. He didn't express interest in raising any of the other planes, but he's Karul, so he might eventually turn his attention elsewhere.
I believe among our number there was discussion of starting an organization of sorts, whose goal would be to keep these things safe or destroy them. I was selfish, and for the sake of my people disagreed with the suggestion that we should even be looking for these or researching them. We had them in our hands. Our fallen brethren would have protected them the best that they could. And if they had hidden them, they should be left where they fell. I didn't really believe the logic in what I said, but I did it mostly to protect this. And she reaches her hand to her head. If they weren't looking for any beacons, they wouldn't come for this one. If I hadn't had this responsibility, I would have suggested, yes, searching for these items that were lost when our brethren fell. But you know how that played out. There was a disagreement amongst the surviving members, and I don't know what came of the discussion. As far as I'm aware, nothing.
Now it's less searching and more racing.
I made a mistake. Then I thought that the most important thing was preserving what we had, not creating a foundation for the future. I should have known that. And I've made your job infinitely more difficult. And on top of all of this, not imminently, but soon, you will have to face the trials that will test whether you can become the king. It's not far away, Mister.
Understand.
And when that time comes, you will need to drop everything for the sake of your future.
Can I ask you a question about what happens when the trials are over? We don't take the crown from you immediately, do we?
I will have a degree of natural life left. Yes. When you take the crown, when you wear it, whoever chooses to wear it, as I do believe you are attempting to do this in tandem, I will live out however long my body can survive.
Who else knows about what the circlet does? Because I think it's only Brian.
It's only Brian. Being in the sanctum, considering how open you've been with her, you get the impression that she is going against kind of a lot here to share this information in front of your allies.
Neither of us are going to take the circlet from you.
I want to believe that you can find a way to break that promise.
Less a promise and more of an expansion on agreement terms. Such as not killing my mother for the sake of a piece of jewelry.
You know that it is. You know that it's more. It is more than just a piece of jewelry.
Brian looks like he hates the thing, but he's not saying it because he doesn't want to be too bratty in front of his mum.
The power of this is akin to. How can I even begin to describe it?
It's like a
It
beacon.
is its own
Sorry.
ecosystem.
Sorry. Please
Bloopers
do
or
not say that.
Bloopers. No. It is its own ecosystem.
Bloopers. Fuck, I'm so sorry.
Has its own magnetic pull. Stabilizes. When it leaves the Messiah, it leaves difficulties in its wake.
It can remain, but it won't be on anyone's head. It can't take life.
I hope you find a way. I want you to. I want to live long enough to see you succeed in this. All of you. I want to live long enough to see us repair.
Is she okay?
She just goes a little quiet like that, and you get the impression she's being a lot more open than she maybe has ever been with anyone. And she still doesn't let go of your hand.
It's a lot to process, what you were saying. Circlet aside. But as long as you stay safe and you don't let anyone take that from your head, I think that's what we can agree on today.
I think so too. I think your father would want to hear all these plans as well. If you're willing.
Of course, but perhaps later. He seemed busy. I have to collect a few things anyway.
He's keeping himself busy.
I understand. I'll take Shu up to my room because I want people to accept, but I understand that it's not going to happen in the space of one day.
With all due respect, you've brought back more than one curious addition to our household. And she looks to Loran.
Oh yeah, you didn't.
We met under fairly different circumstances. And of course,
scary circumstances.
this seems to be my doing in a very strange, roundabout way. So I suppose I have to make peace with it.
Brian was like, "Do you not like Loran?" But he doesn't say it. He makes me very happy.
And I can say the same. Loran. You will go down in history as perhaps the most forward-thinking of the monarchs we've had. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing. So, take that in mind, take that to heart, and remember that whilst some will be pleased that you have started to think for yourself and rebuild your reputation and make strong moves, others may not be so welcoming. I wouldn't be surprised if your choice of Prince Consort.
Brian doesn't laugh. That's just funny to me.
I'm whatever he wants me to be, Loran says from behind.
I suppose since he's not royal, it is Prince Consort.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are some people who, given the choice you've made, might come in stronger force for the king's trials. Well, the queen's trials, because the monarch's trials. Anyone can compete, so long as they're from the tribe. Keep your wits about you. Now I can answer any other questions that you might have, but perhaps you might need some time to process this information. I want to give you that time.
Should we have a think about questions?
Yes,
anyway.
Okay. This is a knowledge question. No. So,
this is a general knowledge question for £250,000. Okay. Where is a wizard hut? I'm sorry.
I think.
How about you and I take a? If you need time, I will. I'm here.
It's just. Sorry, I'm just not being very quick. I'm pretty sure you answered most of it, but if I were to say the gist of why perhaps pretty much no one knows this kind of history of the dragon plague, is that sort of because
why
you and others wanted to not have it be known that beacons that are sort of that powerful are out existing and that sort of thing?
2 reasons. Yes, we worry that if people got wind of these items existing, then it could bring unwanted attention. That was another concern lobbied against the attempt to form an organization to keep these beacons we had safe and to find the others and destroy them eventually. That even researching, opening the floor up to inviting others into knowledge of the beacons would create this discontent, and knowledge has reached me from other countries, nods to Loran Kalkan, of exactly that situation taking place. People gaining knowledge of powerful magical items, attempting to find them and use them, and it causing much discontent. Whether those were beacons, speculation, but regardless, that's the first. And the second is the story that disseminated throughout the populace was not told from first-hand information. It was told from the eyes of the people who saw everything happen. And most people, as far as I know, weren't standing in the middle of a field in the wastelands west of Aprea with me whilst I battled 2 dragons. They were in Eldralith, where the populace took refuge behind the walled cities. They saw Leoberos scorch the earth, down a dragon, and down himself with it. And then the dragon play ended. So, that is the story which dominated. History is the story of the majority, so, or at least the ones we know. If we want to find the real thing, sometimes we have to dig a little deeper and find voices that are yet unheard.
Is there any sense that if this is all done, finished, our sort of all our tasks to do with these beacons?
Are you asking, when will you know when you're done?
Would you want the true story ever told?
Oh, Anna, I understand why you're asking now. This is amazing. Yay. Okay.
Sorry.
She says, I believe people deserve to know the truth of it. Once we're certain none of these items can be used to harm again. Once we are certain it is done, then perhaps we can speak together. If Ulster is successful, there might be time for that. And maybe then we can work on creating a history together that more accurately resembles them. And you have, she looks around, influential people amongst your number. Looks to you, Neff, and then back to you, Ulster. Strong people too, and to the two of you. And
Sorry.
Someone who reminds me.
Neff, I'm sorry.
Someone who reminds me inexplicably of. Well, you are of the Triad, are you not? She looks to you. You remind me a little of them, Cassia. And for the short time I knew her. She strikes me as similar.
Supposed to find her.
You intend to look for her. Then you must look west. Where the material plane ends, ships cannot navigate and only stars remain.
The end of the world.
Sorry, what was that you said, Sly?
The Triad has asked this of me.
Will you answer the call?
Slay looks a little bit confused. Like,
If they've asked this of you, will you answer? As in, are you going
no,
to?
she looks confused as to, like, of course, it has been asked.
What a question.
But you're gonna have a baby.
Yeah, but moon deities.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Well then, good luck on your quest. Anything more I can give you, I will. I believe that is the extent of my knowledge. The extent of my knowledge. And
It's not a lot of knowledge.
I hope it was useful to you. Right then. And she stands. Thank you for coming back. I hope your stay this time is a little more pleasant than the previous one. So the rest of you, she mostly says that. Also, seeing as you've come back. Kind of redundant. But she says then to Cass, last time you were here, you parted the seas for Ulster, essentially. I noticed that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd do anything for your son.
I'm glad to see that under the guidance of all of you, you have come to move the earth for yourself. You're very strong. And you should know that.
Brian's like, wow.
Wow.
Strong?
Strong boy.
You are a strong boy.
Right. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave.
Thank
To
you.
Your Majesty.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Your Majesty.
And Ran just says, hope I can make you proud.
Aww. Sorry.
And Shepard still nods and smiles and says, do up a couple of those buttons and I'll be even prouder right now. And she starts to
You asked too much of Lorad.
You asked too much of me. Lorad, like,
she can be
he
disappointed.
moves to like do it up, and he does the whole thing.
Fully open.
Oh,
Throw the whole shirt away.
He's really playing into the Prince consort.
He's like, what have I done?
I'm here for one reason and one reason only, and I am very pleased with it. So, right. I
just
feel like I've just been hit by a bus with information.
Same.
What is a bus? A carriage?
Shall we retire to
Magic
my room?
carpet.
Yes.
The magic
okay.
carpet wouldn't really hurt if it hit you, but yeah.
With an elephant on it. Imagine the
An elephant on it. Ooh.
Transfer, like the change.
But the
Wow.
elephant would be too heavy. Anyway, yes, we understand the metaphor. Shall we go up?
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
I have some cool items to find.
I just had to like. Oh, fuck! None of you can bloody say that.
I can do
like, go west. I just want to sing it.
Go west.
Go west. Go west.
Oh shit! I forgot. Before she leaves, Zarina said to message her before when we got to the Maasai. Zarina said to send her a message.
Zarina? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We go west.
Yeah. To let her know that
Yeah. She had a message for Brian's parents. Or
yes.
Something? Yes. Brian tugs on Loran's sleeve like, are we supposed to message your mum?
Would you want to do that now?
Well, before my mum leaves, she said she wanted to say something.
just to should we get Rolmy in on this as well, or is this a sharpest?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay, we'll get my father as well. Mother, can we briefly have father here?
I will fetch him. And she
Please.
the room. Rolmy is summoned.
Comes back with her small husband.
Small husband. Bless you, George.
Bless you.
Rolmy and Sharpistol enter into the room, and Rolmy acknowledges each one of you, and acknowledges Loran.
Stares at his buttons.
Yes. All stared. It's good to see you again. I trust you're all well. You've been in here quite some time. Is there anything I can do for you?
Well, there's a lot of information that was passed about in that conversation. We were going to just briefly rest and then maybe see you once more before we left. But maybe Mother can fill you in. He points it down. His mother, my mother-in-law, had a message for you, I believe. That's why we've called you back. Serena Dehane.
I know Dehane through, well, your mother, Sharpistol. And Sharpistol says, well, yes, Dehane is a fairly established Taosheri clan. And now our relatives. Romy just says, mm-hmm.
I combined the last names, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Legally.
One name wasn't enough for you, Loran? And Loran says, they just seem so lovely together, I mean. It's like a match made in heaven.
Oh, no.
And Romy just goes, is it really? Well, okay, I'm listening. And Loran says, okay, I need to do the whole situation and message her and let her know here. Would you like to hear what I say to her, or should I do it in my head? Because I can do either. I mean,
you can say it out loud. I'm sure it won't be anything inappropriate.
This is true. Mother dearest, we have arrived. I believe you had a message for my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do send it now. A moment passes, and he's like, okay. Ulster, we may need to go and have a private conversation very, very quickly.
One moment. Pulls right out there.
She's extremely upset and wants to convey the upset that she feels towards your treatment from your parents, and wants to do that now through me as a human, as a Taosheri man. And I am extremely nervous of my position, and especially a very extremely powerful mother and father.
Why don't you tell me what she's saying and I'll decide what to convey?
She's saying the only time I will step foot in your halls is the times when you apologize for destroying, well, decimating was the word she used, Ulster's childhood. He's my son more than he's yours.
Oh, no.
I love him more than you do.
Oh,
See you for tea.
Oh gosh, Serena. Okay, they come back into the room. You know what? I think she's slightly, maybe a little bit upset that she may have gotten the impression that I did not have a very happy childhood. She's a very caring, warm woman. But we can show her that the relationship is on the mend. And that is all mainly past. Yes?
Romy just nods once. I imagine the message was not pleasant.
She doesn't know you.
Would you say it is accurate?
Brian thinks back on the words. Maybe I thought it was accurate a year ago, if that gives you any idea. But no, not now. I feel maybe she would need to meet you, and I would certainly say that things are much better than they were. And I'm also at fault for certain things.
Well, I hope she can. I feel like, and he looks around, someone from your family would grace us with their presence. I mean, it's not inaccurate, Loran says. I hope she can come visit. Right then, make yourselves at home. Take rooms where you need to, all stay. You know where the spare ones are. I will return to my duties.
Is Robbie okay? Can I roll an insight on him?
Sure. Yeah.
23.
23. Seems very guilty.
Oh.
But
well, yes, but
yeah.
okay. I think Brian would follow Brolmy into like the antechamber before he goes into the throne room.
Yeah. Okay.
And just stop and be like, "Can I this is very strange. Can I do one thing before you go?" Mm-hmm.
The Ice Palace is your house. You can act here as you like.
Brian like puts his hand on Robbie's shoulder. He's like, and puts the other one on his shoulder, and then he gives him a very light hug. He's like, "Okay, this is fine."
You feel just two
This is
hands
how I
on
actually hug people.
your shoulders, and slowly kind of just puts his head slightly forward so that you're closer than you've ever been before.
And they have a little hug, and then Brian steps back.
I think the last time I hugged you was the day you were born.
Oh, that really hurt.
I didn't even realize it. Regardless of how you view your childhood now, it still stands for all these years. You saw it very differently. I won't live much longer in this body, but I want you to know that for the remainder of time that I have, I want to make amends. And so does your mother. Although she shows it easier than I do. But she was never as bad as I was.
I think that what I did to you is far more than you deserved. And so I don't hold any hatred in my heart for what happened. And I'm in the process, and I think positively, forgiving you for everything that happened. And I'm sorry that I cut so many years of your life off. If I had that back, I would never have done it. And I regret it terribly. Does Cass know that Brian killed his father?
Oh shit. Okay, yeah.
Just whilst there's a natural break, when Rolmy said that the last time you got a hug was when you were born, Cass like comes up and has taken Brian's hand and is just like,
You've been watching from just the doorway of the other.
Yeah, you've come out of the other room.
It's
Did you go into a different chamber?
That's okay. I feel like it's in character.
I feel like Cass is just like.
The Cass is the guardian angel.
What a guardian angel!
My little blue-haired guardian angel.
Like, have you ever seen the
spiky
statue?
leather costume?
There's a guardian angel that's just kind of going like this, a statue like that, and I feel like that's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
But also you feel a hand clasp yours, and Romy kind of straightens up a bit. The sort of slightly more relaxed tension, relaxed line of his shoulders, kind of tensing up somewhat at the presence of other people, and he just says, "I regret is a large concept to get my head around in this instance. I want to work through this with you. Let's find the time. Let's make the time."
That sounds nice.
I will return.
And I know that human lives, I know how they work. I want you to meet your grandchildren. I do love Loran, and I want him to be our family. And I want you to meet the children that I will have with him.
I want that for you. I want that for you. It would be good if there could be some fathers, some better fathers in the world. Right, I need to return.
Thank you for the time. I'll see you later.
You go your separate ways.
As soon as Romy turns away, Cass is like.
Brian's like, you see why it took me so long to, learn to hug? And he goes back into the room with just Cass going.
Cass is like, not letting you go, like, no.
Wow, this is just like old times.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you would like to do whilst you are alone in this spare room? Well, then, as you guys make your way out of this chamber, after a moment of calming yourselves down, back through the throne room, you bow as you leave, all of you hearing whispers as you go. Whispers.
What type of whispers?
Interest.
Okay.
Whispers.
Did you get my message, Emma?
Hang on, let me have a look. I was just remembering which
so I don't have to do some intimidating glares anymore.
Hang on, let me have a look. That's Quinny.
No, not on Facebook, on Discord.
Yes, yeah. Yes. We'll do that next session. I'm gonna
later.
Time just because there's it's a bit late and I got work tomorrow. But,
just so you're aware. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that. And also, as you hear whispers of a returning prince and a new member of the royal family, as Cass, you hear whispers of your fearsome glare. Neff, is that a foreign princess who has returned to court? Lyra, eyes following you too. And Bluey, eyes confused because of the dragon that sits at your neck. You can make your way to settle before you complete whatever business it is you wish to complete in the Masai Ice Desert. And that is where we will put a pin in it for this week.
Wow.
Woo!
Oh boy.
So many
That was a big
emotional
boy.
thinking about children moments.
Yes.
That was definitely the fastest we have ever moved through a game.
Yeah.
but like,
Sorry for like curtailing you guys a little bit, but I was like,
yeah, you were.
Yeah, like, you know.
No, I
it was
think
like a
that
little
was-
prod, like go.
I love that book, George. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
Oh.
I have. So this is my general desk book because it's quite big. So it's got all my like meetings, all my D&D notes. It's got all sorts going in there. It's really lovely. Then these are my writing books.
Oh my god. Show me.
This one's full, so I'm out. I'm done with this one now. I'm on to this one.
You
Oh,
actually
so
fill
cool.
notebooks.
Oh.
So cool. I love
Yeah.
these.
So that one's that's what, I was also got a really nice one. It's not with me. It's in Manchester. It's Celestial. It's blue and it's got like
Ooh.
space things on it.
Yeah.
And this what I love about this one is it kind of feels a bit like Avatar. It has air, water, fire,
Oh yeah.
Oh, that is nice.
and then it's got like the universe here. And then this bit says vegetable, animal, and mineral.
I like that.
That's really cute.
My
And yeah, so this was
Mineral.
Peter
I used to
Paul
have nice
Press,
notebooks,
if
and
anyone
now it's
wants
this one.
them. These ones are really nice and they're like quite affordable. Peter Paul Press. So I recommend.
Nice.
I mean, Lily's seen this plenty of times, but this is still my favorite. It's a little fairy notebook.
Oh.
I do have a nice Brian one, but I don't like wrecking it.
Always.
With my bad writing.
I have my
Um,
next one.
Oh, that's
This
so
one.
cool.
But
Oh,
that's
that one looks
nice.
so
I like
good.
that one.
Oh, they're all
I know.
good. Look at all of us with our fancy notebooks. I feel like Aylin's off to go and get like the most amazing
Yeah.
notebook we've ever
Amazing
seen right
one
now.
ever.
I am. I am.
I love
I
that
got into
though.
session- Session 48, and then I stopped trying. But I used to take really detailed notes, and they were really neat.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
Wow.
doing that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, I like that.
I love that. Right, I did genuinely lose my list of beacons that you guys know of or are confirmed halfway through that session, and I didn't have the computer capacity to actually look for them. So, can I confirm, if anybody who knows, you know of confirmed beacons: the sword, the shield, and the circlet. The beacon, you can make assumptions
The
about.
tome.
The beacon. What the fuck am I talking about? The tome. You can sort of make assumptions about its use, and then that would leave. Hang on, there were
The cloak of the Star Martyr.
the cloak. Yeah, so that means there's two which you guys don't know about, because Leobarus didn't wield one, because you can't wield one if you're in proximity with another person, and then there's one more after that.
So 7.
So
And we think there's one in the Green
Socks.
Sea?
you think there's one in the Green Sea.
I don't know.
You did
Because one of the paladins that survived is in the Green Sea, which means that
And so, yeah, we can
She
assume maybe the other one's in Bellas?
Well, we can
Maybe.
assume that the ones in the Green Sea, unless Sight has killed them.
Zoltan von Biro.
I can't say anything.
Da.
I do hope that that conversation tied up some loose ends for
Wow.
y'all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was cute.
I
I mean,
I feel like I dropped a really huge hint, which maybe wasn't super obvious, but I'm gonna wait and see.
insight check that.
It was more of a me thing than anything.
I think the thing with us is we overanalyze, so we don't look for the simple hints. We look for the really like stupidly complex
We're
things.
like,
And we're like, it's
what
definitely
is
not that easy thing. We're like,
Yeah.
no. We must
Well,
weave
now-
a massive map.
But I feel like when you have conversations like this, it puts past events which looked really random into sort of perspective a little bit. Like Loran and the stone and like little bits of information, things like that. I don't know. Hopefully that is useful to you. I have a transcript of everything I said. So if you do need it, if you need notes, Aylin, because I know you're the note taker here, then let me know and I can provide.
I would love that transcript so much.
It's not exactly what I said, but I will do my best to present it to you.
I also wouldn't
Right,
mind
lads.
having a gaze at that transcript.
That
Good place somewhere.
Why don't you just drop it
having
in
a
the
gaze at that
Wait,
transcript.
It's still on stream, right?
Sorry, I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thomas, shall we try?
Alright, do you want to sign everything? First of all, thanks to everybody who watched.
We have
Appreciate you. Love you heaps.
Thank you. We have loads of NPCs. If you want to do an NPC sign,
Roll me your sharp pistol.
sharpest stone can be good. I did have voice on that, so that's okay. What time are we on next week? 5:15 Japan and 6:15 Australia, and what is it UK?
Stupid time.
9:15.
Texas.
9:15.
3:15.
I have taken time out of my royal schedule to meet with you and play Dungeons and Dragons at a 9:15 UK time, 5:15 Japan time, 6:15 Australia time, and a ridiculously early hour in the dawn Texas time. Hopefully, we can succeed in our various missions together and figure out what was coming next for the Disappointment crew. But that's all for this week. And that's the sharpest sign. Very simple.
Woo!
Very raw.
Thank you so much.
That's all right.
Thank
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.